All right, so we are back from our closed session, and that was under section 239, 2I and J of the Municipal Act, and this is our Adelaide Metcalfe Council meeting for December 21st, 2020. And we have just a couple items for the rise and report in regards to our 2019 financial audited statements. So the first one is to resolve that council direct staff to proceed as directed in closed session. A mover and a seconder for that. Councillor McKinnon and Councillor Brody. All those in favor? And that's carried. And then
I'll abstain as I wasn't present.
Yeah, and I will note that Councillor Clark has joined us just a minute ago, so she was not included in that closed session. And then this next resolution is resolved that council receive and approve the 2019 draft financial statements as presented by Auditor Jennifer Buchanan from Graham Scott Enns, and that the management letter be signed by the mayor or clerk. Jennifer? Is that correct?
Acting Treasurer.
Acting Treasurer, Jennifer. Perfect. Okay, moved by Councillor McKinnon, seconded by Councillor Brody. All those in favor? And that's carried.
Aye.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for joining us. And as Councillor McKinnon made note of in the closed session, thank you so much for making it understandable for all of us on council and everybody that joined in live on YouTube.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Happy holidays, everyone.
Okay, take care.
Thanks, Jen. See ya.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, it is 7:04 according to my phone. And before we jump into any of the planning applications, I'm just going to ask whoever can see the people in the waiting room or the webinar, is all the attendees for the NIP ball drain in attendance?
Hey, Jen, can you take a look there?
Yeah, so sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm looking as well. I don't believe we had anybody registered for a NIP ball drain. Is that correct, Jen?
Correct.
Okay, so what we'll do is if there's nobody registered, as much as Andrew Neely doesn't want to hear that, I'm going to say that we'll just push that till after all the planning applications. Somebody does join in then, just because on the agenda it was scheduled for 7:30. The notice did say 7:05. So we'll just push that back, and Andrew, just stay tight, and we'll get to you when we get to you, because I think we're going to be in these planning meetings for some time. So with that, sorry, I got an agenda here. We need to get to the right page with all the motions, because I have 13 pages. So just a second. There we go. So the first one here is resolved that council convene as the Committee of Adjustment for the purpose of hearing minor variance application A07-2020, and that's for 27748 Kerwood Road. Consent application B04-2020 for 4747 Walkers Drive. Consent application B05-2020 for 4965 Walkers Drive. And consent application B06-2020 for 2229 Patterson Drive. And that is at 7:06 p.m. Mover and seconder, Councillor McKinnon, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hendricks. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. And it was noted by our clerk, Jennifer, that Councillor Clark, you filled out the declaration of pecuniary interest for the first application that's in front of us, which is minor variance application A07-2020, and that's for Alex Clark. So I just wanted to make that noted.
That's correct.
Okay. So we'll jump into these. So do we have anyone, do we have Alex Clark in the waiting room there to join us?
Actually, I'll be acting as Alex's representative for this submission. He apologizes he cannot be in attendance tonight as he's tied up. He's still at work.
Okie dokie. Sounds good. So we're going to ask that, where's Stephanie? We need to, there we go. Excellent. So I'm assuming, Sue, you've received the planning report from our planner, Stephanie?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, so Stephanie, I'll have you go through the report. And before I do that, I believe I should have said something beforehand, Jennifer. Is that correct? To say
Sorry?
that, should I have, there's that little, that paragraph that I'm supposed to read before these meetings. Am I supposed to do that?
Yep. Sorry, I got Greg asking me who's here for what applications, and you're asking me stuff, so I'm kind of split here, and I'm,
That's okay.
yeah.
Alright.
So yeah, we'll have to go through the verbiage for the planning.
And where can I find that?
I don't have it in front of me because I'm not at the office.
Okay. What we'll do is we'll have Stephanie, you go through that report, and by the time you're done, I will find it. Sounds good?
Sounds good. I can start. So I'm just going to share my screen with you guys. If someone can let me know when you see it, then I'll begin. Good. Greg gave me a thumbs up. So, all right, here we go. So as council will recall, consent BO2 2020 proposed to sever the subject lands known municipally as 27748 Kerwood Road. Stop sharing. There we go. I think we're back. Into two residential building lots that are approximately 562 square meters or a 0.13 acres in size for each parcel. And as a condition of the consent application, a minor variance was required to address zoning standard deficiencies. In addition to recognizing the undersized lots, the applicant has requested a variance in regards to front yard and rear yard setbacks in order to accommodate the proposed building footprints. And so more specifically, the application is to seek relief from section 10.2 of the zoning bylaw to permit the following. So a lot area of 562 square meters, whereas the minimum lot area required for the village residential VR zone is 1,200 square meters, and that's for both the severed and the retained lands. A lot width of 15 meters, whereas the minimum lot width required is 20 meters, and that's for both the severed and the retained lands. A minimum front yard setback of 5 meters, whereas the required front yard setback is 6 meters, and that's applying for both the severed and retained lands. And a minimum rear yard setback of 11 meters, whereas the minimum rear yard setback required is 12 meters, and that applies to the lands to be retained. And I would like to note that there was an error in my report in that I referenced the 11 meters for the severed lot, where in fact it applies to the retained lot, which I believe is the yellow parcel up here. The subject lands contain a vacant single detached dwelling that is to be removed and are otherwise vacant of any buildings and structures. The lands are serviced by a private water well and municipal sanitary system. And the surrounding land uses are comprised primarily of village residential with a few interspersed commercial uses along Kerwood Road. Staff have evaluated the proposal against the 4 tests of a minor variance, and the interpretation of what is considered to be minor is not necessarily based on the extent to which the zoning bylaw is varied, but rather can also be based on the impact and effect of the proposed variance. So staff are satisfied that the variances can be considered minor in nature, are desirable or appropriate for the land, and are considered to be to maintain the general intent of the official plan and the zoning bylaw. Consultation, the application, sorry, was circulated in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act. And we did receive a few agency comments. So the county engineer, as well as the St. Clair Region Conservation Authority, have both stated no comments and concerns with the application. And subsequent to writing the report, staff did receive comments from neighboring property owners, which will be addressed in the written comments section of the meeting. So it is recommended that the application be granted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. And before we continue on, I was able to find that script that I normally say. So the purpose of the following public hearings for Adelaide Metcalfe Committee of Adjustment are to give the Committee of Adjustment as well as the general public an opportunity to hear all interested persons with respect to the applications before the committee this evening. The public is advised that comments expressed in the written material presented are a matter of public record available for full disclosure. If a person or public body files an appeal of decision made this evening to the local planning appeal tribunal without having made a written submission to the committee, the tribunal may dismiss the appeal. And if you wish to be notified of a decision, please contact Jennifer Turk, clerk, by email or call the office. So with that, is there any, I'm just going to run down the list here. So is there any comments or additional comments, Sue, in regards to the report? And Sue, you're talking as
yes,
agent.
the agent. Yes. So upon Stephanie did address the mix up with the two properties, or the I think I cut out there.
Yeah,
Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Good. Stephanie noted that the two were mixed up. Okay, perfect. And upon the further examination, Alex is requesting that both lots have all variances, so that when the two homes are constructed, they'll be proportionately placed on a building envelope and it won't look off to the eye. So he's requesting that all 4 variances be applied to both lots. That's all I have to add on his behalf.
Okay, thank you, Sue. Is there any questions or comments from the Committee of Adjustment? Okay, seeing none. So we're going to the, I guess, the written submissions. If I'm going through the flow chart right, I think I went a little backwards there, but that's okay.
So we did receive some written submissions, I think from 3 property owners, or sorry, 2 written submission. And the concerns were mainly in regards to the extent to which the variance varies from the bylaw. There were some concerns in regards to the compatibility with the character of the area, as well as adding in an additional well and the impacts it may have to the surrounding well users in the area.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. And then before we go, I don't know if there's any comments, but before we go to the recess, I'm asking, I guess, Jennifer, what's the formality if there is somebody in the attendees list? Are you wanting them to speak now or speak after the recess?
They can speak now, Mayor Smith, while they're here, and then we'll go to recess because we could have others that come in after. So since he's already here in the waiting room,
Okay.
If Greg wants to let him in.
All right, so Greg, if there's anybody in the attendees list for this application, can you please have them join in?
Yep. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The attendee, David Barrett, is joining now.
Okay, yeah, I see his name there on our screen. David, can you hear us? You are currently on mute. David, I'm not sure if you are able to hear us, but you are still muted. So if you can unmute yourself there, and then you can make your additional comments. Is he able to? Can we write a comment to him, Greg, to let him know? I don't know if he can hear us.
I have asked him to unmute. I don't know how effective that is through Zoom right now, but I'm definitely trying.
Okay. So before, maybe we do that 5-minute recess, and we'll come back, and hopefully he'll be able to be unmuted. Does that sound good, Jennifer?
Yep, that works.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to have that 5-minute recess to allow any of the members of the public that are watching live on YouTube to join the Zoom webinar, and all the information will be available in the first slide that Greg puts up right now, and we'll see some great pictures of Adelaide Metcalfe in front of us. All right, so we're back from our 5-minute recess. Jennifer, did anyone or Greg, whoever's on, knows the answer, anybody join us or anybody send in additional comments?
I've not received anything, Mayor Smith, but I do see that David is unmuted, so he might be able to speak
Yes,
now.
I see that as well. David, if you can hear us now, I see you're unmuted if you want to provide your comments. David? We are not able to hear you. I see that you are unmuted. And I did hear some rumblings during the 5-minute recess. But I can't hear you right now. Are you able to put your video on so we can see if you're trying to talk to us?
Oh, you're still looking for David?
Yeah, David, there you go.
Yeah, I was basically sending the signal to my television. So I had to run over back to my computer and change everything back to my PC so I
Okay.
can hear you and see you.
Okay.
So I'm live now anyway.
Yeah, you've joined us. We can hear you. So if you could provide your comments in regards to this application.
Our biggest concern is regarding the wells, the amount of water in that area. Like my son has a property directly in behind this property, and his pumping well rate is only 2 gallons per minute. And there's a neighbor adjacent to his property, it's only 4 gallons per minute. So we're just worried about adding another house onto this property, whether or not it might affect their wells and the amount of water.
Okay, thank you. David, do you have any additional comments? I believe those are the same comments that we received for the consent application as well as
Yeah, as well, yes. But we don't feel basically that there's any follow-up regarding our concerns regarding the wells. Like everything seems to be just being pushed ahead regarding this property. Now we're going to the next stage with the variances, and everything's been ignored so far that we've brought up.
Okay, Stephanie, do you have any comments on that one in regards to the water in the area?
So through the mayor to the member of the public, although I can't comment on the state of the water in the area, I can confirm that as a condition of the consent application, the applicant will be required to demonstrate an adequate water supply through that process.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I read the wording as well on those conditions, and it only states that that property has adequate water supply. It doesn't mention in the neighborhood properties at all, which is going to be part of the same water table. So by adding an extra well onto that property, if possible, it's going to affect the neighboring properties.
Okay, any additional comments, David?
Well,
Before
I mean, it is quite a difference too from the lot area requirements for that zoning as to what they're proposing. It's less than 0.5%. I mean, 50% of what is in the bylaw. I mean, this is not really a minor variance, everybody keeps saying, but I think it's more of a major variance for that neighborhood.
Okay, thank you, David, for your comments. And I will go to the members of the Committee of Adjustment if you have any additional comments or questions. Deputy Mayor Hendricks.
Yeah, I can't really speak to the water. I don't have the consent in front of me. But I imagine you don't want to build a house on a property without adequate water. As for the size, if I look at the key map and it shows the property, the lot across the road is the same size. And on the map that I can see, there are a couple other lots that are the same size in the village. So it's the size of the lot itself isn't what concerns me.
Okay, is there any other questions or comments from the Committee of Adjustment? No. All right, so before we look for a motion from the committee, I'll just make some additional comments. Deputy Mayor Hendricks, I was thinking the same thing. When you look at the lot sizes in the area, there are similar ones in size. And additionally to that, when you look at this minor variance, it is a large difference between what is required in the zoning bylaw and what is being asked for. However, I'll make the same comments that I did during the consent application process, is that we need to be looking at the zoning that's allowed in Kerwood, as they have services for sewer. So looking at that, I think when we were creating those sizes, we were looking at it more so that you'd have to have a septic and a well on that property. And now we only need the space for just the well. And just, a comment, I understand the comments regarding the water table. However, having one well that services a larger house that could possibly have 2 units in it, compared to having 2 wells that have for 2 units, 2 different dwellings, would use the same amount of water. So those concerns, I understand them, but I'm not as concerned with that, because, depending on how many units are in a house, we're going to be seeing that in an application later on this evening, that there's looking for a 3rd unit in a house. That property is obviously going to be using more water likely than an individual house. So I don't have any concerns in regards to that. If there's no other questions or comments, we do have the recommendation in front of us, and that is for approval of this application. So, Jennifer.
Mayor Smith, I sent you through your chat, but we do have Brittany Thus that has signed in as an attendee, so she'll be wanting to speak about this application as well.
Okay, is that okay? She would like to speak to this application. Okay, I see that she's joined us. You're muted right now. So Brittany, we're talking about minor variance application A07 2020, and that's for 27748 Kerwood Road. Is that the application you're wanting to speak to? You're currently on mute. You can unmute yourself. Yeah, Greg, you say your thing.
Yeah, sorry, we are trying to ask her to unmute, and unfortunately it doesn't look like it's working at the moment.
Okay, if you could unmute yourself, Brittany, if you would like to speak to this application. Okay.
I think we're going to have a policy going forward of a cell number or something.
There
is.
Yeah, you can call in. They don't have to, just like Coulter is doing right now, he's on his cell phone.
Yeah, but if we don't, I'm just saying, if we don't have their number, to text them or call them right now and say, hey, it's
Doesn't look like she's responding at all.
Alrighty, so Jennifer Morgan, what's your thoughts on this one? Continue on, or?
Through you, Mayor Smith, you can continue on, just maybe don't process or move the motion until, okay, now she's gone.
It wouldn't surprise me if you wanted to talk about Sydenham Ridge and not this one, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it looks like she disconnected fully, so she's not on the call at all now.
Okay, so go ahead and move the motion for minor variance then.
Alrighty, so is there any other questions or comments on this one? This is for the approval of minor variance application A07 2020. And that's for approval. Mover and seconder for that, or okay, mover and seconder, Councilor McKinnon and Councilor Brody, and that's for approval of this minor variance. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Okay. So let's hope we can get through the next 5. So the next one is application B04 2020, and that's consent application for 4747 Walker's Drive. And we have our authorized agent, which is Laverne Kirkness. Laverne, I see him on the page here. And are you able to hear us, Laverne? There is my old friend, Laverne.
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor. Thanks very much.
Just a side note, Laverne was one of my teachers at Fanshawe College way back in 2009. So it's exciting to see Laverne join us here. So you've received the application from, or the report from Stephanie?
Yes, we have.
Excellent. All right, so Stephanie, if you could go through the report, and then we'll move on to comments from Laverne.
All right, I'm just gonna share my screen with you. All right, so the purpose of application for consent B04 2020 is to permit the severance of a residence from a farm parcel, facilitating the creation of a new lot to dispose of a residence surplus to a farming operation as a result of consolidation, and to establish an easement for access to the well that is located on the lands to be retained in favor of the lands to be severed. Application for consent B04 2020 is a resubmission of consent application B09 2018, which was conditionally approved by the Committee of Adjustment on September 17th, 2018. As the conditions of consent were not satisfied within the required timelines under Section 5341 of the Planning Act, the application lapsed and the owners were advised that a new application was required in order to facilitate the surplus farm dwelling severance. The new application requests a slightly larger severed lot at 1.3 acres in size, whereas the original that was approved was 1 acre in size. The lands proposed to be severed contain an existing single detached dwelling constructed in 1930 and 3 accessory buildings that are to be removed at the request of the applicant. The dwelling is privately serviced with an individual septic and well. And as mentioned, it is noted that the well is located on the lands proposed to be retained. And as such, the applicants have requested consent to establish an access easement over the lands to be retained to allow for continued access to the well. The lands proposed to be severed include an existing access onto Walker's Drive, which is classified as a local road under the jurisdiction of the Township of Adelaide Metcalfe. The lands proposed to be retained, being the remnant farm parcel, are largely in agricultural production, and a bank barn is located on the proposed retained lands, which the applicant requests to maintain. The lands proposed to be retained do not appear to have individual road access. The provincial policy statement, the county official plan, and the Township of Adelaide Metcalfe official plan generally permit lot creation in agricultural areas to dispose of a dwelling surplus to a farming operation as a result of farm consolidation, subject to evaluation criteria. The provincial policy statement directs that lot creation may be permitted, provided the lot is limited to a minimum size needed to accommodate the use and the appropriate sewage and water services. Planning staff is satisfied that a farm consolidation has been achieved, and that the subject property forms part of a farming operation consisting of at least 9 farm holdings comprising of a combined area of approximately 700 acres, with at least 4 additional farm dwellings forming part of the farming operation. Staff are of the opinion that the proposed severed lot is an appropriate size, containing the dwelling and a septic system with an easement to the existing well on the lands proposed to be retained. And it's noted that a limited land of crop production is proposed to be removed from the production as a result of the application. Planning staff advised that if the consent application is granted, that the lands be retained will require a zone change to agricultural only in order to prohibit a new residential uses on the remnant farm parcel. And the lands proposed to be severed will require a zone, will require a zone change to surplus dwelling zone. And that's to recognize the disposal of a surplus dwelling and limit the uses permitted on the lands. Staff are satisfied that the criteria for a severance of a surplus farm dwelling on the lands have been met or can be appropriately addressed via the conditions of consent. And we have circulated the notice in accordance to the requirements of the Planning Act and have received the following comments. St. Clair Region Conservation Authority, County Engineer, and Bell Canada has noted no concerns with the application. Enbridge Gas has identified service lines running within the area, which may or may not be affected by the proposed severance. The Ministry of Transportation has noted that the subject lands are not in a permitted area, and so there's no permits required. The Adelaide Metcalfe Chief Building Official requested that the septic be verified by a licensed septic installer for condition assessment and location, that demolition permits for the barns and sheds be obtained, that the barn on the retained portion cannot be for livestock and verification is required, that the barn on the retained portion needs to comply with setbacks from the new lot lines, that the west internal side lot line be located at least 1 meter offset from the property line for allowed for drainage. And the Adelaide Metcalfe Public Works Manager has stated no concerns regarding this application, as there are adequate entranceways for both the parcel to be severed and the parcel to be retained. And as of the date of the report, we have not received any comments on the application from members of the public. So it is recommended that the application be granted subject to conditions, which council should have a copy of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. Vern, do you have any additional comments you'd like to make?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. I guess first of all, I should tell your council members that you are a very good student. But more than that, I should say, given the policy framework, of course, the McDougall family farm have retained Kirkness Consulting, Inc. To help them with their consent. I suppose the report says Laverne Kirkness, and that's fine because that's the principal. But again, given the permissive policy framework about surplus farm dwellings, I think that we too have prepared a report that we put in with the application, and it basically says the same thing as Stephanie's, only in a lot more words. I think there's 3 things that we're trying to do here, basically given that policy framework. And one is to minimize the parcel that's to be severed so that we don't take up farmland. The second one is to not take farmland out of production. And the third one is to try and meet the objectives of minimum distance separation to the extent that they apply, which is not very much here. But in any case, I think we fare well in all of those 3 criteria in terms of minimizing the severed lot for the farmhouse to be conveyable on its own, and to not take farmland out of production. And therefore, having reviewed Stephanie's report, we basically agree with it. We can meet the conditions. I forget how many there are there, but we feel that we can do that within the year, including submit an application to rezone. So we thank staff, and we hope that the committee will agree and grant the consent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Laverne. Is there any questions or comments at all from members of council or the Committee of Adjustment? Deputy Mayor Hendricks?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you, my question is to the building official to explain the last request. The west internal side lot line be located at least 1 meter off the property line. I'm not sure which line is which.
That should be, it should be a meter off the driveway
Oh, okay.
to allow for drainage so that the driveway is not right up to the property line. So there's
Perfect.
a buffer between the property line and the driveway.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense.
And that would be the recommendation, the number 5 condition, condition number 5. Yeah. Okay, is there any other questions or comments at all? And I'm just going to ask, Councillor Clark, are you able to hear us? I know you've been having problems with your internet connection.
At this red hot moment, I can hear you.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that'll change.
Okay. So what we'll do, is there anyone that's supposed to be joining us for any comments from the public right now? Seeing none. So we're going to have to take that 5-minute break just in case anybody is watching live on YouTube would like to join in from the public to make any comments in regards to this application. So we'll have Greg throw up that 5-minute presentation. And I'll have the information on there as to how to join in on the call to make your additional comments before council or the Committee of Adjustment makes their decision. Alrighty, so we're back from our 5-minute recess. Jennifer or Greg, did anybody join us at all? Or any emails sent in? No? Alrighty, so I'll just wait for Deputy Mayor Hendricks. There we go. Is there any additional questions or comments from the Committee of Adjustment before we proceed with a decision? Okay, seeing none. So we have the recommendation which is in front of us, and that is for approval or to grant the application subject to the 15 conditions. So do we have a mover and seconder for that? That's Councillor McKinnon, seconded by Councillor Brody. All those in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Oh, okay, Councillor Clark is in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Alrighty, so we're going to jump into our next application. We have the same players around the table. So we have Laverne Kirkness here with Kirkness Consulting Inc. for consent application B05 2020 for 4695 Walker's Drive. So we'll have Stephanie go through the report.
Thank you. Again, just sharing my screen. There we go. So the purpose of application for consent B05 2020 is to permit the severance of a residence from a farm parcel, facilitating the creation of a lot to dispose of a residence surplus to a farming operation as a result of consolidation, and to establish an easement for access/maintenance to the existing hydro line that is located on the lands to be retained in favor of the lands to be severed. The lands proposed to be severed are 2.12 acres in size and contains an existing single detached dwelling constructed in 1870 and an accessory building proposed to be retained. The dwelling is privately serviced with an individual septic and well, and the lands proposed to be severed include an existing access onto Walker's Drive, which is classified as a local road under the jurisdiction of the Township of Adelaide Metcalfe. And a small portion of the lands proposed to be severed, located along part of the driveway abutting Walker's Drive, appears to be regulated by the Asabo Bayfield Conservation Authority. The lands proposed to be retained, being remnant farm parcel, contain agricultural land in crop production, a proposed hydro line easement in favor of the lands to be severed, and are otherwise vacant of any buildings and structures. The lands proposed to be retained do not appear to have individual access, road access, and approximately half of the lands proposed to be retained on the west side appear to be regulated by the Asabo Bayfield, the St. Clair Region Conservation Authority. So staff have evaluated the proposal against the criteria for a surplus dwelling severance and are satisfied that they are either met or capable of being addressed through conditions of the consent application. And the notice was circulated in accordance to the requirements of the Planning Act, and we did receive the following comments. So the chief building official has required that as conditions of consent, a septic verification be required by a qualified septic installer. Septic is to be delineated on the survey. A change of use permit with appropriate structural review for change from agricultural to residential use, and verification of a potable water test. And the Public Works Manager has requested that an entrance be installed on the proposed parcel to be retained at a location satisfactory to the Public Works Manager, if one doesn't currently already exist today. Bell Canada has no concerns, as does the County of Middlesex engineer. Enbridge Gas does have service lines running within the area, which may or may not be affected by the proposed severance. The Ministry of Transportation has noted that the property is located outside of the permitting area and has no concerns. And the St. Clair Region Conservation Authority recommends that, they have stated that the subject property contains lands within the flooding and erosion hazard of Murrow Creek, as shown on Schedule B of the official plan, which identifies environmental constraint areas within the municipality. St. Clair Region Conservation Authority recommends that a permanent easement be established over the proposed retained parcel in favor of the proposed severed parcel to provide access for private vehicles in the case of a flood emergency. And access to the regulated area outside of the potential flood area, the flood hazard, where the depths would not restrict access, may be permitted. The proposed lot creation is not anticipated to have a negative impact on the woodland, and provided that the environmental protection zone remains in place, the St. Clair Region Conservation Authority has no concerns with the application from a natural heritage perspective. And as of the date of this report, no comments or concerns have been received from members of the public on this proposal. And so it is recommended that the application be granted, subject to conditions which council should have before them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. Laverne, is there anything you'd like to add?
Just to thank, basically it's a very parallel kind of situation here with the consent. We've tried to minimize the severed parcel with the farmhouse, although it sits back further from the road. So therefore we have a long, narrow lane. But nevertheless, we've endeavored to do that. We certainly are not taking any land out of agricultural production. I suppose the surprise was the St. Clair Conservation Authority requiring an easement around the left side, basically, or the west side of the wetland woodlot for a safe emergency access. And we can provide that. That's really no difficulty. And we understand what their objective is. That was kind of the surprise in this one, but we can accommodate it as we could accommodate, I believe, the other 15 conditions. So we thank Stephanie and staff for the supportive report. And we again hope that the committee sees fit to grant the consent based on those 15 conditions. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is there any additional questions or comments at all from the Committee of Adjustment? Councillor McKinnon?
Just clarification through you, Mayor Curtis, to Mr. Kirkness. On the hydro pole easement, is that easement actually in Ontario Hydro's name?
I don't believe so. I think the easement would be, it's in the, it'd be granted by the owner, but for the purposes of the hydro poles and line.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Hendricks?
Yeah, just a small comment. It's probably has nothing to do with the conditions or anything. There's in the background, it talks about the Asable Bay Field, which is north of the Sydenham River. So yes. I'm not sure why that is in there, but yeah, that's not applicable at all.
No.
Okay, Councillor Brody or Councillor Clark, any comments? Okay, if I could.
No, I support the application.
Okay. Maybe I missed this in the application. Is there a solar panel to the, I don't know what direction it is, probably to the east is what we'd call it, to the house? Or what is that in the middle of the field there?
You have to share the screen again, I think, Stephanie.
So if you zoom in, yeah, right there.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I don't know what that is. And Kerrigan is listening to us here, whether he could offer up any resolution there. I just don't know. It's very observant of you. Kerrigan?
Are you, yeah, he's unmuted. Are you able to speak or can you hear us?
Yeah,
and I'm not sure. I think driving past, I may have seen a solar panel there, a while ago. I didn't make a drive past recently because I know the area, but I'm not sure if that's a solar panel there or not. So if it is, I think we may have to address it for an easement for the hydro line. And then just generally, I'm not really in favor of severances of this nature, just because it is a flag-shaped
Okay, I'll
lot.
tell them that. That's fine.
And the dwelling is in the middle, of the field. I'm not, keen on severances like this. And I understand, a surplus farm dwelling severance is a surplus, dwelling. However, it's, I'm just not sure if it's great planning, for the future, having a house on a separate lot in the middle of the field. But I understand what the recommendation is, and I think the feeling of council is that they're in support of it. So that's fine. So.
Mr. Mayor, I just talked to Kerrigan on my cell phone here. He does confirm that that is a solar panel for the farm.
Okay, so it's not hooked up to the hydro of the dwelling then or anything like that?
And I don't think so. I'm not sure what it's for otherwise. But we can certainly clarify that before we get to the finalization of the consent.
Excellent. Councillor Brody?
Yeah, I'm just in full support of this. That's a beautiful old farmhouse.
Mhm.
I don't care if it's halfway back the farm. That's gonna have a sold beautiful property as stay prestigious in the township. Stuff like that of that old of a house, if we don't sever them off, some of them get knocked over. So I'm in full support of this.
Okay. So is there anyone that is in the waiting room that wishes to speak to this application? Not seeing anybody jumping on. So what we're going to do is do that 5-minute recess again, just in case somebody wants to make additional comments and jump on the Zoom call. Alrighty, so our 5-minute recess has just ended. So did we receive any additional comments at all from the public? Seeing the head shaking no. Alrighty, and all our council members are there. So we have the recommendation, which is in front of us, which is to have the application for BO5 2020 be granted subject to the 15 conditions. We have a mover and seconder for that. Councillor McKinnon and Councillor
So
Brody.
moved.
Oh, we're going to get Councillor Clark on there, actually. We'll give her a seconder. We need to make sure that people are here. Sorry, Councillor Brody. Okay, so that was moved by Councillor McKinnon and Councillor Clark. Alrighty, all those in favor? Opposed? And that one's carried. All right. I think that's all from the McDougals and Laverne. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Happy holidays to everybody.
Yes, you as well. Okay, so moving into our next application, that is BO6, which is for 2229 Patterson Drive, and we have Hugh and Ina Dodge, if they're here. Okay, Hugh, are you able to hear us all right? Hello? Oh, we got two of them. What's going on? I think you're unmuted, so are you able to hear us? We can't hear you. Hopefully, we can hear you soon. Oh, here we go. I can see you. And we have Kerrigan McDougall back here. So are you, give us a thumbs up if you can hear us. You cannot hear us, okay. So I believe they need to have their audio connected.
Mr. Mayor, it looks like their audio is connected, but I'm wondering if they're streaming to like another device, such as a TV, like we saw earlier.
Could be, I don't know.
Right. Let me try bringing them in. No.
Okay, so. Sorry.
Curtis, they can't get their audio apparently.
Yeah. So they did have another
Okay, that's what
screen
they're
on my
saying.
screen, but I don't know what that was from. Is there a phone number that they're able to call in with?
Should be a phone number available as an attendee when they registered.
His cell number's 636-8666.
That's Hughes, yeah. I've just asked Ina to call in. She's going to call in.
Perfect. Okay, so we're getting close. It looks like she has her cell phone out. Oh, move it in the middle there. We can't see where you're. There we go. They want us to call them.
Mr. Mayor, I'll give them a call and
Okay.
we'll see if I can get it to go through the microphone here.
Okay. Betty Ann, you're thinking about something. Yep, there we go. Betty Ann just cracked. Now we're laughing. Okay.
Just how smoothly this planning meeting's going.
Yep.
Not our fault.
Gotta love rural internet.
Yes, yes. Hopefully Dirk's still watching and he can tell them that we need broadband out here badly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Hugh, I have you on speaker.
Okay, second here. Okay, there you go. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear Hugh okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear us?
There you go, go for it, Hugh.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All
But
right.
Can he hear us though?
Yes, shake your head. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So before we go to your comments, Hugh, I'm going to have Stephanie go through the report.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so Stephanie could, go through the report and then we'll have Hugh have any additional comments.
Thank you. So the purpose for application for consent B06-2020 is to permit the severance of a residence from a farm parcel, facilitating the creation of a new lot to dispose of a residence surplus to a farming operation as a result of consolidation. The lands proposed to be severed are 1.08 acres in size and contain an existing single detached dwelling constructed in 1973 and are otherwise vacant of any buildings or structures. The dwelling is privately serviced with an individual septic and well. The lands proposed to be severed include 2 existing accesses onto Patterson Drive, which is classified as a local road under the jurisdiction of the Township of Adelaide Metcalfe. The lands proposed to be retained, being the remnant farm parcel, contain agricultural land and crop production, and a 1,200 square foot pole barn proposed to remain on the lands for agricultural equipment storage. The lands proposed to be retained may have individual road access onto Patterson Drive, and confirmation will be required as a condition of the consent, and a new road access may be required if one doesn't currently exist. And a large portion of the lands to be retained are regulated by the St. Clair Region Conservation Authority. The application has been evaluated against the criteria for a severance application. Staff recognize that the proposed severed lot is irregular in shape in order to avoid taking agricultural lands out of production, as well as to include the well, which is located approximately 40 meters or 131 feet east of the dwelling. However, staff recommend that the rear lot line be relocated 3 meters away from the septic bed, parallel to the front lot line, which is shown on your screen in front of you as the blue, 3 squares forming a dashed line, and that the area be recalculated accordingly in order to remain consistent with the PPS and create a rectangular parcel as opposed to an irregularly shaped lot. Staff also recommend as a condition of the consent application that an easement be applied for access and maintenance of the well in order to ensure that the dwelling has an adequate supply of water. The application was circulated in accordance to the requirements of the Planning Act. The St. Clair Region Conservation Authority has stated that portions of the land are regulated by the Conservation Authority under /06, and contains significant woodland. And the proposed severed lot is entirely outside the regulated area and significant woodland. And the St. Clair Region Conservation Authority has no concerns with the proposed application. Bell Canada also noted no concerns with the application. The chief building official has requested the following: so septic verification by a licensed septic installer in good working condition and location in relation to the new property lines, and habitability assessment of the existing dwelling. The Public Works Manager has requested that a separate entrance be installed for access to the retained at the cost of the landowner at a location satisfactory to the Public Works Manager if an existing access point to the remnant farmland parcel doesn't already exist. The County of Middlesex engineer stated no comments. Enbridge Gas did indicate again service lines running within the area which may or may not affect the proposed severance. The Ministry of Transportation has noted that the property is located outside of the permitting area and so has no concerns. And we did receive a written comment from the property owners of 2173 Patterson Drive, noting that they have no objections to the application. And as of the date of the report, we had not received any additional comments or concerns from members of the public. So it is recommended that the application be granted subject to conditions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. And Hugh, hopefully you are able to hear that. And at this time, do you have any additional comments at all that you'd like to make?
Yes, I can hear that. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, we have three items on the planning evaluation report we'd like to continue, I guess. And one is that the rear lot be left as requested by our application to include the deep well. The extra lot size cannot be worked. It's not really agricultural friendly. It's just a small area behind the house. It never has been worked because you can't get in and out of there with machinery at all. It's always been part of the lawn, I guess, forever, for as long as anybody's ever lived there. So we requested the building lot, the rear part of it be located where we suggested to the initial application. The other part would be the cold storage building on the open side. It is an open site, it's always used for storage. There's no water to it. There's no hydro to it. We just put small implements in it. So I guess the question is why it should be inspected for structural adequacy, as it's not put in on the severance, but it remains on our own property. And I guess the final one will be the permanent easement to facilitate the well would be needed if we moved the lot line back where we had initially asked for.
Okay, thank you, Hugh. If there's nothing, if there's no other further comments, I'll ask the Committee of Adjustment for their comments, and they'll take your comments into consideration as well when they ask their questions and make their decision. Deputy Mayor Hendricks, you had your hand up.
That property past the blue line that you've asked to be in, is that like a low run, a swale, or is it just too hilly?
No, it's not at all. Its house is located on a high, kind of on a high hill. It's not a swale at all. It's just the fact that it's small there behind the house. Trees are located right handy there. There's just no way to get in and out of it to really work with the machinery.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't been there in a while, but I do remember that it was kind of rough looking, so.
Okay, Councillor Brody.
Yeah, I'd like to just stand with Hugh on that property. To me, it makes no sense on not leaving the well with the property. It cannot be farmed. There's big trees there. You're not going to lose any farmland with this at all. It's always been the grass that's been part of that property. To to the one side, there's a big ridge that drops right down. So it's non-farmable. It's non-agricultural. And to separate it with the well on it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, is there any additional questions or comments at all, Councillor McKinnon or Councillor Clark?
Yes, I'd like to make some comments. I make a point of driving by these properties so I have an idea of what we're looking at. And the well, you can clearly see from the laneway when you pull in, and there's a significant drop off past that. And that land is not going to be worked or farmed. I mean, it's not even level. So they're not taking any land out of production. I think that I appreciate what Stephanie's saying about the easement, but I can see that down the road, if there was a different owner there, so a different person owned the farm, that you could potentially have a problem. So I would propose that that the application be approved as the applicant has presented, so that we don't have problems down the road for access to that well. And once again, my biggest criteria is not taking land out of agricultural production, and that does not appear to be an issue. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. And Councillor McKinnon?
Basically, I concur with everything that the other councillors or the committee members have stated. I feel that it's not farmable, and it doesn't take good productive land out of productivity. So I don't have a problem with it being as applied for.
Okay, excellent. And Councillor Brody, your additional comment?
Yeah, just an additional comment about Hugh's question about the pole barn that is on the retained land. That should not have to be inspected or anything, is it? It's just a pole barn that he's going to use for storage.
It's either Stephanie or Shannon want to take this one?
So through the mayor to the councillor, for my understanding, this is for a surplus farm dwelling servants criteria. Generally, staff have the ability to evaluate any proposed outbuildings. So from my understanding, this is a condition that would help staff evaluate the condition of any structures that's on the property. As well, from a property standards perspective, it assists with any concerns. Shannon, I don't know if you have anything
It
to
appears
add.
Stephanie, it appears that the Sue Clark here. Yeah, it appears that the building, there's a whole new side on it that I could see from the laneway. So from a property.
Councillor Clark, I think you're cutting out.
Just an inspection that we will do to verify that it is structurally sound and in good condition, that it's not falling down or anything, so that, yeah, it doesn't create future property standards issues or concerns. So it's not really a cumbersome condition. It's just one that the township would undertake to ensure that that the existing structure is in good condition, basically.
And that is that condition is generally on all these applications. Reading through the conditions, is that correct, Stephanie?
Through the mayor, sorry, I guess through the mayor to the mayor. Yes, from my understanding, it's been a condition that has been considered to be standard.
Councillor Brody?
I think Sue kind of cut out, but I probably got the gist of what she was trying to say. Like there's a whole new barn boards on it. It is not going to be a property standards issue. It's a nice looking little barn.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, is it looks like they recognize that it needed to be brought up to snuff, and they've done so accordingly. So that's all I have to say.
So I assume if that condition was left on, it would be an easy check mark off as a condition.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any other questions or comments before we ask if there's anybody in the waiting room wishing to make comments, or before we go to the recess? Okay, it looks like nobody is online right now, so we'll have a 5-minute recess to see if any members of the public would like to join in and make any comments. Alrighty, that was another enjoyable 5-minute recess. Is there any? Betty and McKinnon, you just cracked me up. Is there any comments from the public at all? Seeing none. Hugh, you're still able to hear us through Morgan's phone?
Yes. What is it? Yes, I am.
Okay. So we do have the recommendation in front of us, and that is for approval with the conditions that were outlined by our planner. But it sounds like from the committee would like to change the one condition, I believe, which would be for the original application of the size of the lot. I'm looking for a motion from a committee member as to what we're looking to do. Councilor or Deputy Mayor.
So
Hendrick?
I'll.
Deputy Mayor Hendricks had her hand up. You're on mute if you're talking.
Sorry. That we approve the recommendation with the original
As applied for.
the original lot boundaries as applied for, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. And then with all the other conditions that are still there.
Right.
Okay. And we need a seconder, and then I'll go to Stephanie's comment. So seconded by Councilor Brody, is that?
I'll second that.
Okay. Stephanie, you had a comment?
Yeah, to the mayor, I just thought I'd clarify for Jennifer's sake, perhaps, and council can confirm that condition number 5 be removed. And subsequently, if we are removing condition number 5, that speaks to the relocation of the rear lot line, then there is also no need for the well easement if it's going to be contained on that property. So perhaps council can consider if they wish to remove council number 10 as well.
Yeah.
So number 5 and number 10 will be removed from the conditions.
Yes.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Brody?
Yeah, I just want to clarify what the landowner has to do on that building. Like, it's not an engineered survey or nothing. It's just a building inspector going out just to take a look that it's good, and that's it. So he won't have any huge costs that he has to worry about there.
Not unless we deem it to be unsafe or not structurally sound. But yeah, he'll just have to call the office and arrange for a building inspector to come out and take a look at it to make sure that it's structurally sound, which, as yourself and Councillor Clark have said, shouldn't be an issue.
Okay.
All right, perfect. Is there any other questions on the motion that's in front of us?
No.
Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, and that's carried. Okay, thank you so much, Hugh and Ina, for joining us.
Thank you. Okay, thanks very much.
Okay.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Okay, so I think that's the end of our committee of adjustment before we go into public meetings for a zoning bylaw amendment and the official plan amendments. So we need a motion from the committee to resolve that the committee of adjustment be closed at, oh boy, 8:43 p.m. and council reconvene in regular session. Councilor McKinnon, seconded by Councilor Brody. All those in favor?
Can I ask a question first?
Yes.
Mayor Smith, sorry, I joined the meeting late, so this may be public information and I'm just not aware of it. What about Sydenham Ridge? Or that's being held over, or you already covered that, or did?
So that's a public meeting. So what the motion that we have in front of us is the committee of adjustment. So that is for hearing minor variances and consent applications. So then next we'll be going into the public meetings for the 2 zoning bylaw amendments and the official plan amendment.
Okay, sorry, I missed all that. I was frozen. So.
Okay, I'll say it again. The motion that we have in front of us right now is to end the committee of adjustment, which is minor variances and severances. We will be having a motion directly after this for the public meeting for the zoning bylaw amendments and the official plan amendment.
Okay, my misunderstanding, sorry.
Nope,
Thank
that's
you.
okay. So I got that moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed, and that's carried. Okay, so as Councillor Clark was just saying, so we do have some more planning applications in front of us, and we need a motion then to resolve that public meeting to hear zoning bylaw amendment Z10 2020 for 27749 Havelock Street and OPA 01 2020 and Z02 2020 for 1425 Melwood Drive be opened at 8:45. Councillor McKinnon, seconded by Councillor Brody. All those in favor? Opposed, and that's carried. Okay, so the first one we're going to be doing is zoning bylaw amendment for Havelock Street, and that's 27749. And it looks like we have Jackie joining us, which is the applicant. Are you able to hear us? I see that you're on mute.
I can hear you.
Oh, there you are. Perfect. All right, and I will have, oh, I have something to say again. It's quite the meeting for the end of the year. The purpose of the following public meeting for the Township of Adelaide Metcalfe is to give members of council as well as the general public an opportunity to hear all interested persons with respect to the applications before council this evening. And the public is advised that comments expressed in the written material presented are a matter of public record available for full disclosure. If a person or public body appeals the decision made this evening to the local planning appeal tribunal without having made a written submission to council, the tribunal may dismiss the appeal. If you wish to be notified of the decision, please contact Jennifer Turk, our clerk, by email or call her at the office. Okay, with that, I will have Stephanie go through the report, and this one is for Havelock Street, and we have Jackie here and her dog. Stephanie, go ahead.
Thank you. So the purpose and effect of the subject application is to rezone the subject lands from the village residential VR zone to a site-specific village residential VR-2 zone in order to permit 2 accessory dwelling units within a single detached dwelling. So that would be a total of 3 residential units. Whereas the village residential VR zone only permits 1 accessory dwelling unit within the single detached home. The subject lands are 0.6 acres in size and contain a single detached dwelling with a ground floor area of 2,388 square feet, with an existing accessory dwelling unit of approximately 810 square feet and a detached garage. The subject lands are serviced by a private well and municipally owned sanitary system. The applicants are proposing to convert the basement of the single detached dwelling into an additional accessory unit of approximately 1,070 square feet, and no building additions are being proposed to the existing dwelling in order to accommodate the additional units. The application has been circulated in accordance to the requirements of the Planning Act, and we received the following comments. The county engineer had no comments. The St. Clair Region Conservation Authority had no comments as well. And the Public Works Manager has stated that the Kerwood wastewater treatment plant is operating at approximately 47% of the designed capacity of the system, which has plenty of room for growth. And it was also advised that council should considering reviewing the sanitary sewer fee and charges bylaw number 36 of 2010 to include multi-residential dwellings and businesses in the servicing area in Kerwood using a formula involving a percentage from the base rate. And at the date of this report, we have not received any comments from the public. Planning staff are satisfied that the policies of the provincial policy statement, county official plan, and Adelaide Metcalfe official plan are being met through this application, as staff are of the opinion that an additional accessory dwelling unit is considered to be residential intensification, which is encouraged within settlement areas with appropriate servicing. The PPS and the county official plan also encourage a mixed range of housing types in order to accommodate differing residential housing needs within a community. The application would result in an existing single detached dwelling with a total of 2 accessory dwelling units and 1 main dwelling unit, which provides residents with a rental housing option that differs from the predominantly single detached housing supply within Kerwood. The Adelaide Metcalfe official plan states that Kerwood, being a community area, will provide opportunity for expansion of non-farm uses as municipal infrastructure permits, with the predominant land use being residential. Staff are of the opinion that the additional dwelling unit is consistent with the residential policies of the official plan, as residential growth is encouraged within settlement areas, and township staff do not anticipate any capacity issues as a result of the additional unit within the existing services of the single detached dwelling. Staff are satisfied that the new additional accessory dwelling unit will remain accessory in nature to the main dwelling unit in regards to size. The main dwelling unit has a floor area of 1,190 square feet, where the new proposed basement is 1,070 square feet, and are of the opinion that the existing double driveway currently on the property lands, the subject land, can accommodate at least 3 vehicles, meeting the parking requirements of 1 parking space per dwelling unit. So it is recommended that the application be approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. Jackie, do you have anything you'd like to add at all for council's consideration?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions or comments from members of council?
I'd like to make some comments.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
Hopefully I don't cut out. So who's on as the property owner? Jacqueline? Is that who's on the call? Yes? Jackie
Yes.
or?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so first of all, I just want to be very crystal clear that the only reason we're looking at this is because it was complaint driven. There were complaints brought into the township that you were basically running an illegal triplex. So I want that out there right now so that there's clear communication, because I get the feeling that this is the tail wagging the dog, which is not how we need to do business in this municipality. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that now.
Okay, thank you for acknowledging that. So we're trying to fix a problem after the fact is really what's going on here. So I just want that on record that, you know, if we weren't in COVID right now, you might be getting shut down. So one of my questions is, it's very difficult when you drive by to see in the backyard. Is that another unit back there? It's hard from the topographical map, or is that a swimming pool?
That's a swimming pool.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
Anyway, I could go on and on here, but I think I'll just sit on my lips for now. That's all I have to say for now. Thanks.
Okay.
Because I have strong feelings on how, you know, there's people upset about the sewer, and that you're paying one rate and you've got multiple dwellings there. And so that's kind of something that needs to be addressed going forward. Okay, I'll be quiet now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Is there any additional questions or comments from members of council? Okay, seeing none, I'll just make just really echo the comments of Councillor Clark that this is actually both this application and the next one during our public meeting are are very much reactive applications, meaning that the zoning or the official plan designation is not in conformity of what the uses are right now. And it's really unfortunate that both of these applications are before us, that we're really, to me, it feels like council's decision doesn't really have a point of decision at all in this, because the decision was already made that has gone forward with construction of units or construction of different facilities. So it's that's just my general comment for both this application and the next one as well. But with that being said, I just want to be sure, Stephanie, if you can just clarify. So this is a third unit to this property. It's not not just two. There will be 3 units will be in this house.
Yeah, through the mayor. So the current zoning permits a single detached and 1 accessory unit as of right. So they have applied to establish a third dwelling or second accessory dwelling. So there will be a total of 3 dwelling units within the single detached dwelling.
Okay.
Can I ask an additional question? So do they have there's 2 questions I have. That secondary dwelling that's outside, which was the old garage or whatever that is, do they potentially have the opportunity to put an additional suite onto that one to make it 4?
Through the mayor to the councilor?
Because it's an accessory building.
No, it's, from my understanding, no, they are not allowed a 4th unit. Currently, the way the zoning is being, the site-specific zoning is adding a 2nd unit. So any additional units above that, they would have to reapply to establish anything more than what's already been applied for.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone living in the basement right now?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Clark, did you hear that?
Sorry, my system cut out. I didn't get the answer to that question.
Yes, someone is living in the basement.
And is someone living in the garage and the main house as well?
The detached garage doesn't have anybody living in it. There's no water to that building at all. The attached.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And I believe you were just supposed to say the original unit is in the attached garage. Is that
correct?
Yeah. Okay. If there's no other comments from council, is there anyone in the waiting room from the public that is wanting to speak to this application? Okay, seeing none. So what we're going to do now, if there's no additional comments from council, we'll have our 5-minute recess to see if there's anyone that would like to join us from the public to make comments, and then we'll make a decision from council.
So Mayor Smith, just to clarify,
All right, so we're back from our 5-minute recess. Was anyone from the public able to or wanted to join in and make any additional comments at all? I'm seeing no and no. Okay. Is there any additional questions or comments from council at all? Or, okay, Craig, was that actually 5 minutes? I'm seeing your comment now.
Yeah, Mayor Smith. Sorry. Yeah, so PowerPoint did crash during the slideshow. I reviewed on the YouTube meeting and it did appear to be at about 5 minutes, but one of the slides did stall for about a minute there.
Oh, we're all just accustomed to the slideshow, I guess. And didn't realize. What happens when that's the 5th time of seeing it. Okay. So I assume if somebody was going to join in, they would have done that by now. I think Councillor Clark, when we went to that 5-minute recess, you were going to ask for clarification on something.
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand. You've got the detached building outside. I'm going to call it a garage, but that's not what it is, I guess. You've got the main house. You've got a garage attached to the main house, and then you've got a basement apartment. Is that what I'm looking at? So have we got the 3 units are in the main building? Is that, I don't understand what I'm looking at.
Correct. The 3 units are in the main building.
Okay.
And for further clarification, Councillor Clark, so in the zoning bylaw, it permits for obviously a single detached house with 1 unit, and then also an additional accessory unit, which I believe that would be the one that's in the converted attached garage. And right now they're asking for a second accessory dwelling unit, meaning the 3rd unit in total, which would be in the basement. I hope you heard that.
So currently under the Affordable Housing Act, they allow 2, correct? Without any zoning changes, correct? Under the Affordable Housing Act, I think that's how it reads now, correct?
Stephanie, are you able to answer that one?
I can't speak to the Affordable Housing Act, but under our current zoning, as of right, you're allowed the single detached and an accessory dwelling unit without the need for a zoning bylaw amendment.
Okay. Is there any additional questions or comments, Councillor Clark?
No. So right now it's zoned village residential, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Right. So under village residential, you could technically have a building that could be a residential group home that could hold up to 12 people. Is that correct?
Definitely, are you able to?
Through the mayor to the councillor, give me 1 second. I just have to find the correct portion of my zoning bylaw here. Zone category, VR. That's correct. Yeah, a group home is also a permitted listed use.
Okay. So I guess my only concern, it ties into the sewer. And if it's, you know, you have to be fair because the neighbors are upset that they're paying the same rate as everybody else and they have more people living in that facility. So is that a condition of the zoning? Do I see that anywhere or not at all?
Through the mayor to the councillor, if I can add, we're not able to add a condition to zoning bylaw amendment applications. So it has not been included.
And you have a comment?
I do. We can't add any conditions or any requirement for them to pay additional charges on the sewer because it's not in the current sewer connection bylaw for the Kerwood sewer. So that's why previously the clerk has brought forward the report to take a look at that bylaw, and this would be something that we would take a look at in order to maybe assess going forward. But when the owner of this property applies for a permit to do the basement unit, I don't have a mechanism to charge them anymore either for an additional connection to the sewer because it's all one connection, and that connection is not changing.
Okay, thank you, Shannon. Jennifer, I got your note here that you have received a question by email.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Smith. So they've inquired if they can ask a question. However, I've asked for their name and address for the file, as all of our attendees have come with their name, and I'm not getting a response. So I'm just gonna hit my send receive one more time here. Okay, I guess Sue asked the question.
Okay, it looks like Sue has dropped off the call. So let's go to Councillor Brody.
I was just gonna move that we move this along and vote to approve the way Stephanie has put it out for us.
Okay, and that's so moved by Councillor Brody, second by Councillor McKinnon. Okay, and we should probably wait until Councillor Clark hopefully gets back on here. Maybe. Okay, there she is. So, Councillor Clark, just so you know, are you able to hear us?
Okay, I'm back now, I think.
Okay, so Councillor Brody and Councillor McKinnon has moved and seconded the recommendation for approval.
I'd like to make a comment. I would like to read that the basement apartment is not to be occupied until the sewer bylaw has been reviewed. But otherwise, I can support the application, but no occupancy until the sewer bylaw is reviewed.
Okay, and I believe that's not what the recommendation is, correct, Stephanie?
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so with that, is there any additional questions or comments before I call the question? Okay, I'll just make one comment. I would like to see, I won't be voting in favor of this because I would like to see that sewer bylaw for the fee schedule be updated. So I would rather see this application be deferred until that time. So then everyone knows what those fees will be. I'm sure the applicant is also interested to see what the additional charges will be for additional units. So that's why I'll be voting not in favor of this application. And I would like to see it deferred until we have that update completed. Okay, so
I concur.
Councillor McKinnon.
So are you making that a motion to defer the application until the public meeting? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I'm just saying that I will not be voting in favor of your motion.
Okay.
Councillor Brody.
I like the idea of deferring anything. We have our planner is basically saying this should be granted. I stick with my motion that we should be. I don't think we need to be deferring and holding up people any more than we already do now. So we might as well have a vote and let's keep moving forward.
Alrighty, so it was moved and seconded by Councillor Brody and Councillor McKinnon. That's for approval. There's no additional comments. All those in favor? Okay, opposed?
Opposed.
And that's carried. Alrighty. So thank you so much, Jackie, for joining us. And we will be moving into our next planning application.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so our next one is the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 1425 Melwood Drive, and we have the authorized agent Casey hopefully will be joining us. Oh, Deputy Mayor Hendricks, you made the yeah, I can't.
Declaration.
Yes. So Morgan, I guess, are we going to kick Marianne into the waiting room, or how does that work?
Yep, Marianne, we'll just dump you in the waiting room for this file. Okay.
Okay, excellent. Maybe she's still here. There we go. Okay, so Casey is here as the authorized agent. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, excellent. So I'll have Stephanie go through the report, and then I'll jump over to you for any additional comments.
Perfect.
Okay, Stephanie.
Thank you. All right, so the purpose and effect of the official plan amendment application is to redesignate the subject property from the agricultural area designation to a special agricultural policy area designation to allow a specifically defined assembly hall that would also include overnight accommodations within a single detached dwelling and a farm winery, which are otherwise not permitted. And the purpose and effect of the zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the subject lands from the general agriculture A zone to a site-specific general agriculture A-16 zone, and from the environmental protection EP zone to a site-specific environmental EP-2 zone, again, to permit a specially defined assembly hall that includes overnight accommodations within the single detached dwelling and a farm winery on the subject lands. The zone change would be subject to a holding provision to ensure development does not proceed until the obtainment of a license from the municipal farm wedding/events licensing bylaw and the completion of a site plan control application, including the registration of a site plan agreement on title. And a separate site plan application would be required in order to develop the assembly hall and farm winery uses, and this application has not been received at this time. And sorry, to note, the EP lands are highlighted in red here, and the agricultural lands are this section in yellow. The applicant owns and operates an event/wedding facility on the subject lands, which are approximately 47.2 acres in size and are located on the southeast corner of Melwood Drive and Napier Road. The property contains a single detached dwelling and 2 barn structures, which are all in use by the event hosting business. Vehicular access is provided by a single driveway on Melwood Drive, providing connections to the dwelling, barns, and parking area. And access from the parking area is also located off Napier Road, and a large portion of the subject lands is identified as significant woodlands under the Middlesex Natural Heritage System study, as well as within the regulated area of the St. Clair Region Conservation Authority. In support of the application, the applicant submitted a noise impact study prepared by HGC Engineering in July of 2018. The consultant conducted the study on April 7th, 2018, and determined that the sound generated by the main reception barn exceeded the rule background sound at the nearest sensitive receptor, being the neighboring dwelling. The study also suggested that the sounds of amplified music and voice would need to be reduced about 20 decibels in order to be minimally audible and have minimal potential to disturb at the closest neighboring residents. As part of this study, there was also a list of noise mitigation items. In August of 2020, the applicant's planner informed staff that a follow-up acoustical measurement study was done on site to test the implementation of previously recommended noise control measures. The report submitted by HGC Engineering indicates that several modifications to the interior sound system in the main reception barn have been made, as were previously recommended. This included relocation of the loudspeakers, as well as limiting the volume of the interior sound system so that it cannot be increased beyond a certain level during events. The report also states that management of the venue indicated several additional noise control measures are to be undertaken, including a restriction on live music and bands, and that the large barn door be kept closed during events, with smaller man doors used for ingress / egress. The acoustical report concluded that the implemented noise control measures have reduced the sound levels of music at a venue to be equal to or less than the background sound at the closest neighboring residential property, and indicated that sounds from the music were only faintly audible during momentary lulls in the background noise. The applicant's planner also indicated that alterations have been made to the cocktail barn in an attempt to bring into conformity with the Ontario Building Code and a Group A temporary assembly hall occupancy structure. To support this statement, the applicant has submitted a report provided by Edward J. Poon Consulting Engineer, who completed a structural and architectural review of the cocktail barn. It was noted in his letter that emergency signage and lighting has been installed on the interior of the structure, as well as smoke and carbon monoxide detectors and fire extinguishers. As well, it was noted that the general structural components of the building appear to be in good order, in general conformance with the 2012 Ontario Building Code and buildings for temporary or occasional assembly occupancy. Further, the applicant's planner informed staff that modifications have been made to the electrical outlet that was previously mounted to a bridge and provides service to the cocktail barn. Staff note that the St. Clair Region Conservation Authority had identified this as an area of concern, as it had potential to create fire or electrocution hazards during a flood event. Staff have been informed that this outlet has been relocated and the hydro line waterproof to reduce the concern. The application was circulated in accordance to the requirements of the Planning Act, and staff received the following comments. So the township chief building official did provide comments that most of them will be addressed through the site plan process. For an example, the installation of washrooms. The township's drainage superintendent indicated no concerns with the application, and the St. Clair Region Conservation Authority will require flood proofing and have suggested that the use be contained to the existing buildings within the EP zone, which again is the red delineation, I guess, on your screen. During the February 18th, 2020 council meeting, several nearby residents made comments to council related to noise concerns from events hosted on the subject lands. They indicated that noise has been a concern since the first year of the operation, and that while attempts may have been made to mitigate noise, the neighbors do not feel the efforts have been effective. Trev Kevlar, whose property directly abuts the subject lands, indicated that he had hired a consultant in 2019 to conduct a noise impact study on his property, which he says demonstrates that the noise is above what is permitted by the provincial noise guidelines. In late November, Trev Kevlar reached out again to staff and provided a copy of the private noise study that council has received, and I believe is also available on the agenda package. It is noted that the township does not have staff with qualified acoustical expertise, and if this proposal was to be approved, it would be the recommendation of staff that the township engage an acoustical consultant to assist with any measures that would be included within the site plan agreement to address noise. And subsequent to the report being completed, staff did receive 3 written submissions that will be addressed in the written submissions component of this meeting. Staff have reviewed the proposal in accordance with the criteria outlined in section 2.3.6.1 of the PPS for establishing non-agricultural uses in a prime agricultural area. The subject lands do not comprise of a specialty crop area, nor are there livestock operations in the vicinity triggering MDS concerns. In regards to the identified need for a proposed use, planning staff are aware of the apparent farm wedding event trend, but have not been provided with any quantifiable analysis in this regard. While it is difficult to determine the long-term demand for these types of facilities, staff note that there are presently no similar event facilities operating in Adelaide Metcalfe and few in Middlesex County as a whole. With regard to the evaluation of alternative locations, staff are of the opinion that the subject lands are generally supportive of the proposed assembly hall use, as no land will be removed from agricultural production, and the potential for agricultural use overall is limited based on the natural heritage / hazard features. Additionally, the proposed facility would utilize the existing structures, and no further development is being proposed that may negatively affect the environmentally sensitive areas on the lands. While staff are of the opinion that event venues in general are better located within settlement areas, it is recognized that the attraction for these facilities lie in the rustic rural setting, which may be difficult to achieve within the settlement area. Staff are able to find general support within the planning policies for the proposal. However, staff are not satisfied that the issues related to compatibility and noise can be sufficiently mitigated by the Planning Act applications. Based on comments received by the neighboring property owners, noise generated by the subject lands appears to be a continued issue, and planning staff are unable to recommend approval for an event facility in the rural area without additional measures in place to regulate the business, such as addressing the number of events per season, persons per event, traffic management, emergency plans, and hours of operation. Generally, such operational matters cannot be readily addressed through land use planning controls, such as zoning and site plan controls. And for this reason, planning staff recommend that a township farm wedding / events licensing bylaw be developed to address operational matters related to this type of use within the agricultural area. As such, the recommended official plan amendment references licensing, and the zoning bylaw includes the holding provision. And this would allow the principle of the land use to be established at this time, with the regulatory details to be further considered and ultimately approved by council. So it is recommended that the official plan amendment be adopted and forwarded to the County of Middlesex for consideration of approval, and further that the zoning bylaw amendment be approved, and further that administration be directed to prepare for council's consideration a farm wedding / events licensing bylaw subsequent to any potential future approval of official plan amendment number 13 by the County of Middlesex. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Stephanie. Is Casey, are you able to hear us here?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. Do you have any additional comments that you'd like to make?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Just through you, Mr. Mayor, to the members of council, I'm joined tonight by Rob Stevens from HGC Engineering, the noise consultant who's been assisting us with this application. He's on hand to address any questions or comments from council. Also on the call is Marge Hendricks-Rudden, the owner-operator of Sydenham Ridge Estates, also available to answer questions or comments. I will start by just thanking staff. This application has had a long course through the approval process. Erin Besh was the planner who started it. She is away on maternity leave now, and Stephanie has been kind enough to push this over the finish line for us. Generally speaking, we are in favor of the recommendation for approval. Of the two holding provisions, we are in agreement with the site plan approval hold. We do have some concerns around the licensing bylaw. We view it as an overregulation, especially when urban counterparts for the assembly hall use are not subject to similar bylaws. Other municipalities and regions that are known for wedding events, wedding venues in rural areas, such as the Niagara region, do not have any sort of licensing bylaw for those uses. We find that it's counterintuitive to the province's open for business mandate. We have concerns that if bylaws start micromanaging certain business traits such as number of events or hours of operations, persons per event, we are really going to start impacting the viability of these types of businesses and whether or not the township is truly business friendly. I know there has been significant noise concerns with regards to this particular application. However, there are tools afforded to municipalities such as noise bylaws that would be more applicable to govern noise levels for these types of uses rather than a licensing bylaw. At the end of the day, if the licensing bylaw is to be implemented, we do request that the holding for this particular application be removed in order for this business to proceed. We do have weddings booked for the 2021 season, COVID willing, that have kind of predated these applications. So we would be in a very difficult situation, given the fact that any licensing bylaw, we don't have control over the timing. It's up to township staff when that bylaw will be drafted, whether it's in time for the start of the 2021 wedding season is unknown. So we do have some concerns with that holding us up. If the bylaw were to be implemented, Sydenham is committed to following any required bylaws that are implemented. However, if it is implemented halfway through the wedding season, they have no issues obtaining the license at that time. It's just we do have some concerns with that hold as it does impact the start of the wedding season. And to kind of go back to comments made by the mayor and as well as some of the comments received from the neighbors just with regards to the process. For the record, the owner-operator, Marge, approached the township some years ago with her proposal, and she was provided direction at that time by staff to get a change of use permit for this use, which was secured. There was, an engineer had to come out and sign off on the building through a report, and she did what she felt was required of her at that time based on her interactions with staff. Granted, planning should have been consulted at that time, and the zoning and the official plan matter would have been brought up at that time, and we wouldn't be here tonight after the fact. But I just want it to be reflected that we haven't tried to knowingly avoid the proper process to get us here today. March has sought out advice and recommendations from township through this process on how to go about running her business. And this was not some sort of malicious intent to weasel out of doing the required approvals. It was just, she was provided direction. She executed that direction. Unfortunately, it was only half of the story, and the planning aspect should have been dealt with first and foremost. And the proverbial horse is kind of out of the barn, and we're trying to play catch up here. So to conclude, we are generally in support of the recommendations. We do have some significant concerns on that licensing holding provision. We would like to see that removed from this application as we move forward through the site plan process. I will note that the site plan process has been initiated by our team, and we are currently preparing that submission material, and we do plan on providing that to the township early next year. Rob Stevens from HGC is on this call tonight. He is available if staff wants to hear a summary of the noise matters to date, or if they would prefer to have Rob on hand to answer any questions. I'll leave that up to council's direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Casey. Before we get into questions or comments from members of the public, I believe we have some joining us. Is there any questions or comments so far from members of council? Councilor Brody?
Through the mayor, I want to ask this one to Rob Stevens. I do have some familiarity with the property for sound wise. So I know they have now closed the doors on the big building to limit the sound. I know there's been improvements made. I'd just like to hear your version on those improvements. And I'm pretty well understanding that they've hired night security. They'll be sticking to guidelines for that, especially if they get their own liquor permit, which allows, well, they have to shut down at certain times. So that's all regulated as it is. So I'd just like to hear a little bit from Rob.
Okay. I did have a little summary prepared, but Stephanie did an excellent job of recapping what we presented in our noise studies and the follow-up study. But to answer your question, in 2018, we measured the sound from a regular event and found that the activities with potential to be audible and to exceed the background sound offsite was primarily the amplified music and voice. So the engineered noise controls that we recommended were aimed at those activities. And the ancillary activities, we recommended administrative controls as far as allowing people outside or controlling what folks are able to do that way. But the engineering noise controls were of two sorts. One was to keep the building buttoned up as much as possible. And the other key element was to install an electronic device, to use only an in-house sound system, not to let the guests have their DJs or bands bring in their own sound system, and actually to steer away from live music for that very reason. But to use a house sound system with loudspeakers that are optimized to hit the dance floor and not be putting sound where it's not needed, and to install an electronic secure limiting device locked inside the audio cabinet so that the guests and their DJs playing music or anyone using the sound system couldn't turn the sound up beyond a certain level. And and we actually recommended that the facility retain an audio system consultant because the actual electronics of a sound system is a little bit different than the acoustics of the sound traveling through the air. So Sid Hemorrhage Estates did do that. They had Novita Technique come in, look at their sound system, make some recommendations. That was done after our report. So some loudspeakers were moved off of the being mounted from the exterior walls into the central area supported from the heavy beams, aimed directly at the dance floor, and an electronic. You may think of it as a governor. It's actually an electronic device that is in the signal stream and prevents the music from, or the amplified signal from being played beyond a certain level. And so regardless of how loud someone using the system turns up their input to that system, there's a device in there limiting the amount of signal going to the amplifiers. So those elements were put in place, and we verified that to be the case when we came back and did our follow-up measurements in 2020, and our measurements were actually in July of 2020.
Okay, thank you so much. Do you have any other questions, Councilor Brody, at this time?
No, not this time.
Okay, Councilor McKinnon, I think you had your hand up, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yes, I'm not an acoustic specialist, so I'm relying on you, Mr. Stevenson. But we have two reports. One that the applicant has retained your company to do, and one that Mr. Keller has retained a company to do. And they both differ. Can you explain why?
I can. In the report that I received from the neighbors, it's a summary report. 2 pages of text and a graph at the end. It doesn't differ. It doesn't actually contain any measurement results that I could see of sounds originating at Sydenham Ridge Estates. So it discusses only background sound, and in fact, newly done measurements of background sound in 2020, and compares those to the background sound levels that we had in our report. And I should mention, by background sound, we mean sounds other than those originating at Sydenham Ridge Estate. So the characteristic sound levels when no events are taking place at the subject site. And the reason that we measure background sound is to establish a baseline. Unlike sources of mechanical sound, like industry or commercial operations, there are no quantitative limits set out by the province for the kinds of sounds originating from an event venue. So although we follow the general form or process, the same as we do when we're doing an assessment to provincial noise guidelines, and that is to look at the background sound and compare the sound of the facility that we're assessing to the characteristic background sound. In fact, we look during all the hours that the facility could operate, and we look for a minimum hour of background sound, and we use that as a standard against which to assess the sound from a given facility. And so we did that in this case, and we monitored for several days in April of 2018 to establish the background sound when we did our original assessment. We based our recommendations on that background sound. So initially we measured and the sound, particularly from amplified music and sometimes voice, from the facility back in 2018 with the doors open and without the electronic control device in place, were about 18 to 20 decibels greater than the background sound. So that's about 4 times as loud perceptually as the background sound in a minimum hour of background sound. Now, there are other hours during the day, most other hours when the background sound is greater, but we were considering the hour between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. because that's when the background sound is at a minimum. So we based the recommendations on that, and when we came back in 2020, we found that the music levels had been reduced down to that level, consistent with our recommendations. The difference in the O2 report, there's anecdotal mention of audibility in 2019, and I'm not sure when the measurements or observations in the report by the neighbors that was done by O2E environmental consultants, when those occurred relative to the implementation of and proper adjustment of the electronic limiting controls in the sound system. But there was only anecdotal information. There was no information provided on sound levels that they may have measured from the venue. But there were sound levels, measurements of the background sound, and a comment that their measurements done in 2020 of background sound differed from ours. And so in essence, in my read of this 2-page summary, they've taken the sound levels that we measured from the venue in 2020 and compared it to their measurements of background sound in 2020 and said, well, their measurements of background sound are 6 to 7 decibels quieter than ours. So they're still finding an excess of the sounds from Sydenham Ridge as measured by us over the background sound as measured by them. Now, there could be several reasons why their results appear to be different than ours. It's hard to say for sure because there's very little detail given in that report about how the measurements were done, what time they were done, how long an averaging period. The provincial standard is to use a 1-hour averaging period. They mentioned making a 10-minute measurement, and they talked about measuring all the way till 4 in the morning. So that's one potential reason for the difference. The background sound that should be used as a baseline against which to compare the sound from Sydenham Ridge Estates is the background sound occurring during the same hours of the day that the facility could operate. That's the standard approach. So, and the reason for that is the background sound has a tendency to mask other sounds. So if the sounds from Sydenham Ridge are down equal to or less than the background sound, they tend not to be particularly audible unless you're listening to hear it. So the background sound at 4 in the morning is not really relevant to assessing sounds that only occur up to 1 a.m. And then I guess the other potential source of difference is that 2020 we have COVID. So to a certain degree, we have less man-made sound in the environment than we normally would, primarily from traffic.
Yeah.
So, generally we try to steer away from monitoring background sound during times when there's something that would make the background sound atypical or different from its usual characteristic level. And I would consider 2020 to be a time like that. In fact, we went back and checked the anecdotal notes that we had from our visit in 2018, and certainly we noted local and distant traffic audible during the times that we were measuring, and there just wasn't that degree of traffic when we were back in 2020. So that's a possible source of difference. So that was a lot of words, but the difference in the report by O2E and by us, by HGC Engineering, the only difference they noted was this difference in background sound, and I think that may be the reason.
Okay. Thank you.
In fact, I could just add, when we did our monitoring of background sound, in fact, we did measure past 1 a.m. and we measured around the clock for several days. And when I go back and look at the data, I do find that it drops by 6 to 7 dB in the hour or two after 1 a.m. So 2, 3, 4 a.m., it is 6 to 7 dB louder. So that seems consistent with what O2E was finding if they were measuring that late.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, and Councillor Clark, do you have any questions before we go to the public comments? Hello, Councillor Clark, we can hear you. No, you're muted. Councillor Clark has been on and off all evening, so yeah, we can't really hear you there, Councillor Clark. So if you have any comments and questions regarding this one, maybe email to Jennifer.
Okay, I'll try again here.
Okay.
So the study that you did in 2020, I guess my question is, you're doing that study at a time where there's no events happening, or were you just doing ambient noise that would just be crickets on a Thursday afternoon at 1 o'clock? I guess that question is for HGC Engineering.
You're absolutely correct. There was no events taking place at the time because of COVID. So we had to, for the purpose of testing the system and seeing how the noise control measures were working, we had to simulate an event by hiring a DJ or having a DJ brought in and playing music with the sound system turned up full and the DJ board turned up full and that electronic limiting device in place and the doors closed. So it was a simulated event and we were measuring only the sound of amplified voice and music to try to make it a fair A-B comparison to what we measured in 2018. We went back to the monitoring data that we had, and we actually had audio recordings from a sound level monitor placed inside the venue in 2018. And we identified a handful of music tracks that had been selected by the DJ that was running the wedding in 2018, and then played those same music tracks again in 2020. As I say, with all the external controls on the sound system turned up to full.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So I believe Councillor Brody, and then we'll go to the written comments from the public.
Through you, Mayor Smith, to all of council and everyone listening. I have a problem with this licensing bylaw, and I'm wondering if Morgan or somebody can attest on how that works better than I'm understanding it right now. But to me, we don't have anything like that in the township now. I mean, I'm not in favor of starting up licensing bylaws to tell people how to do and run their businesses. Maybe hoping Morgan can just throw a little bit in how something like that works, but I don't think that's anything that we want to get into. Doesn't matter what style business it is. It's just creating problems for business owners, and so yeah. Hopefully Morgan can attest here.
Yeah, so I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Brody and the rest of council, the licensing bylaw really just gives council another tool to help enforce potential noise issues or other event-related issues that might pop up within the township. The bylaw could address things like the number of events that occur in a year, which could lessen the impact on neighbors. It could look at things like hours of service, the number of individuals that are able to attend the site. But there's a couple other kind of good things that allows us to do is actually just raise awareness for, our fire chief is on the Zoom here too. It'll give him some information, but there's also other ways of getting that too, which could just be a conversation between the applicant or the event venue and the fire department that we have a wedding on such an evening. So it really comes down to council's prerogative or agenda as to whether you want to implement a bylaw, a licensing bylaw of this sort. So I guess I'll just kind of leave it there. It's really just an extra tool to help enforce challenges that we might have with regard to this type of situation in the township.
Yeah, Councillor Brody.
So just a comment then, I just really don't like the idea of restricting any style of businesses with how are we to decide what, doesn't matter what style of business it is, what they can do or what they can't do. So that is a big concern that I have with that. There was one other thing I was going to say, but I've lost my train of thought. So go on, it'll come back to me.
All right, Councillor McKinnon, you have an additional question?
Yes, through you to Morgan. Wouldn't the size of the facility dictate the number of persons that could attend?
So I'm going to leave that to Shannon. Hopefully Shannon can ask that. She's a little bit more knowledgeable in that regard.
Yes, it would. So depending on how the facility was being used, so whether it has fixed seats or non-fixed seats, whether it serves alcohol or not, those things are all determined. They go into the calculation to determine how many people can actually be on site in a building. And then obviously the washroom requirements as well play a role in that. So there are some factors. So that's something we would determine through building permit issuance or site plan control.
Okay. Thank you, Shannon.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Councillor Brody, your question came back to you.
Yeah, that was basically what I was going to ask next. And then so you're going to have that regulated as already, and the Alcohol and Gaming Commission is basically going to control hours of operation and everything anyway. So I mean,
Okay, so I think we're at the point now where, Stephanie, you said that there's written submissions. I believe we have some on the agenda there. That was the one from Trevor Keller in regards to the sound study that was completed by the neighboring parcel. And then there was also some letters as well. And I think we also some people on the line as well. So I'll let you speak to the written comments.
Thank you. So staff did receive 3 written submissions from neighboring property owners, and their main concerns were in regards to excess noise, generally land use compatibility, and questions in regards to the licensing bylaw and whether or not council would consider that to be a public process that they could be involved in. And again, council, from my understanding, has received the full letters.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, and Greg, do we have anyone in the waiting room that wishes to speak to this application at all?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do have Fred Cahill on the line, I believe, who was listed as somebody who wanted to speak to this.
Okay, Fred, I see that you're on mute. If you can unmute yourself, and then you can make your comments. And if you're speaking right now, we cannot hear you. If you could unmute yourself. Hopefully you're not speaking still because I can't hear you. While we're waiting for Fred, I do have to ask council, we are running close to our 4-hour curfew of running a council meeting. And I need to have a motion of council if we wish to continue beyond 4 hours. Councilor Brody?
I would have a motion to continue past 4 hours because we don't want to delay anything more.
That's right. I'll second that.
No, I'll second that.
Okay.
Moved by Councilor Brody, second by Councilor Clark. All those in favor?
In favor.
And that's carried, and hopefully our deputy mayor is okay with that in the waiting room. All right, Fred, we still cannot hear you. So what we're going to do, because we can't hear you, Fred, hopefully we can get you off the mute after we do our 5-minute recess, and we'll come back to see if there's any other comments from the public at all. So Greg, let's see that great 5-minute slideshow for the 6th and final time.
Sounds good.
Alrighty, we're back from our last 5-minute recess. Hopefully people aren't emailing Jennifer because I don't see her at her chair. Greg, anybody wanted to join us?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I believe we have Mr. Cahill on the line again. I recognize the number, but it's just a phone number. So let me bring him in here.
Okay.
Okay. He should be with us now.
Okay, so Fred, are you able to unmute yourself and so we can hear you?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Trevor Keller.
Hello?
Hello, Trevor Keller, is that you?
Yes, it is. Thank you very much. Sorry, we've had some technical issues at this end. First of all, we do have some comments, but I wanted to clarify. We were a bit confused by all this process, and we submitted 3, we'll call them letters or written documents at noon last Friday, which councillors should have in their possession, with some concerns. And we also sent in some questions for around the process that I believe were directed to Stephanie. But in the interest of time, I had a number of points in my written documents, but if the councillors have those and have studied them, I'm not going to repeat them. So have they received those?
Yes, council did receive those. Jennifer, when were those sent out? I believe it was probably the day that they were received there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm not going to repeat the stuff that's in there, but I did want to address some of the comments that have been made around the sound studies. In particular, the sound study that O2E did in 2019 for us was not intended to be an all-inclusive, all-frequency kind of study. We simply asked the consultant to monitor on 4 random weekends for the entire weekend and indicate the sound levels that he received. So we didn't file with the Township Council any complicated data packs, if you will, because although he could supply them by analyzing the information, that wasn't our intent. The second thing is that there's been a lot of discussion around sound, and I don't intend to argue or dispute what is coming from Sydenham Ridge, but we would point out to the council members that all of those improvements are restricted to the one large barn venue, and there's been no recognition at all about noise arriving with outside activities. That's it. That is when the people arrive, when they congregate, when they hold ceremonies, when they break from the barn for smoke, bathroom, or just to be outside on a summer's evening. And there's no recognition after official hours are over that they stay along and have a good time, because we all recognize that it's a festive occasion. People are happy and they've been drinking. So we don't dispute that the barn may be in good shape, and that we applaud them for that, but there's been no recognition at the smaller cocktail barn or for open activities of any sound coming from the 234 people that is listed as the occupancy for the barn. Now, let's imagine a crowd of 200 people on the lawn and then ignore the noise that it makes. In addition, we also have Scott Allen, who is our planning consultant from MHBC online. If you have any questions from our written submissions based on his comments, We also have Jacob Warber from O2E as our sound consultant online, should the council have any questions for him. He just called us a few minutes ago and he wanted to correct something. The graph that was shown in his report, if you will, what did record background levels from 11 to 12 p.m., similar to those from Sydenham Ridge. On another point about the sound study that he submitted, again, recognizing that the counselors are not experts in sound, nor are we, our instructions to O2E were to make it as simple as possible in order to present the information. We also said we only asked them to certify the noise levels that were recorded in 2019. So there seems to be a bit of a criticism that it's an overly simplified sound study and doesn't have much merit, but the consultant followed our instructions as we asked him to do, to keep it simple so that the average person could hopefully understand it. I would also like to comment on why we would support the bylaw with the licensing, because currently there is no way to enforce the conditions to enforce or establish conditions for operation of the facility. Right now it operates, unless it's changed in the last few months, it operates till 1:30 in the morning. It sometimes chooses to operate on a Sunday night to that time or later. We feel that there is a need for the bylaw because standards do need to be established. We do need a noise level established, which all of us, the council, the people that are complaining about noise, and Sydenham Ridge would be aware of, so that there's a standard that we can all measure how we're doing against. We won't have any complaints if they fall below the sound level. We shouldn't if it's established by a bylaw. But conversely, how do we complain to council if there is no standard? And we just keep saying it's keeping us awake, it's bothering us, it's a disturbance, and so on. So we are in support of the bylaw and the licensing. Even though it seems restrictive, it does establish the standards that we feel are needed, because we've had 3 years of promises and we've had 3 years of difficulties with the noise levels. I guess the final thing I would add, based on some comments, is that the holding, we support the recommendation of the holding pattern, because that would ensure that the Sydenham Ridge could not operate until it established and met the conditions, whatever they were, in the licensing and wetting bylaw that's being proposed. Otherwise, it'll be continuing to be promises that we're going to do this and we're going to do that, and particularly for the outside activities from the crowds. And there is no limit on outside activities. That 238 is established only for inside the barn. So I think I'll stop there on verbal comments and pass it to Fred Cahill.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yep, go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, I've got a question, and then I'm going to get into some of my comments. But I would like to know if any of the councilors, members of council, have ever been to the Myers or the Keller's residence or the Cahill, the ranch here, to listen to the complaints while they're in operation, while Sydenham Ridge is in operation. Has anybody experienced the noises that we've experienced on a Friday or a Saturday night from our residences? Have any of the councilors checked it out? Or maybe even attended the venues?
So Councilor McKinnon is shaking her head no. Councilor Brody, you had your hand up?
Yes, I've attended quite a few there, probably 2 weddings, 3 weddings. I'm across the road lots at my in-laws, and yeah, you can hear it outside. They go inside and shut the doors and go to bed and they don't hear anything. And it's about the same distance. So yes, I have experienced it.
All righty. Well, I'm going to get into my comments then because basically it sort of goes along those lines too, Mike. But I will say this, my wife has actually sat at Gerald and Annie's place and you just don't hear it quite as much there. But if you go in further and check into Trevor's house, you'll notice an extreme difference. But I'm going to start with this, and I'm going to ask members of council to say no to this official plan amendment and that the zoning bylaw not be approved for Sydenham Ridge. And it all has to do with noise. I believe it is impossible to stop the noise from reaching us at the Texas Longhorn Ranch. Sydenham Ridge is too big a venue and is too spread out to contain and mitigate the noise. The barn, the cocktail barn, ceremony area, and other activities. It will be a real challenge. This is a very sensitive area for noise. It carries for miles because to the east there is nothing to block it. And from my studies, to stop noise, you need physical barriers. Tall trees, hills, berms, curtains, shrouds, and walls. And yes, the people in Napier don't have this noise problem because to the south, all these barriers exist. Now, Mr. Budd has tried unsuccessfully for the last 3 years to contain and mitigate the noise from the barn, but as of August 10th, 2019, the readings at the Keller residence were extremely loud. On 4 occasions tested during that O2 sound study, which gives proof to the fact that their efforts won't work, this all goes back to the design of the Sydenham Ridge barn. It was originally designed to store hay in the loft and shelter livestock in the bottom. It was not designed for weddings. Halls are designed for weddings as they take into account noise control during construction. And at this time, I want to address the effects of noise on one's health. Let me take a second, I gotta breathe. I am somewhat experienced on this issue because I have experienced it firsthand. A few years back, we had noise issues with Crooked Creek. There was this constant hum and it persisted. It gets into your head and you can't get it out. I spent 2 years sleeping in the basement and when I was outside, I had to wear earplugs. We had 2 choices, get them to stop the noise or we had to sell out and move. I just couldn't stand it anymore. Mentally and physically, I was a mess. But Rob was able to fix the problem. He isolated the noise, built a shelter around the auger, and I will always be grateful. I got my health back and I got my life back. Now we hear the noise from Sydenham Ridge, the speeches, the music, and it does disturb our guests. And Sydenham Ridge is almost a mile away. The Myers hear the noise and it is considerably louder. But the real damage is at Trevor Keller's house. There, it is painfully loud, much like I was experienced with Crooked Creek. Many Saturday nights I've gone over to visit Trevor only to find him holed up in the basement wearing ear protection. It is really affecting him mentally and physically. It's tough, and if Sydenham Ridge is allowed to continue, I fear he will sell out and move on, and that is just not right. In summary, the county planning report believes a bylaw will solve the problem, but from my experience as a councillor, municipal laws are very difficult to enforce. Sydenham Ridge is far too spread out, and I just can't believe that 230 people will be contained in a barn on a hot July day. We know the wedding business, and that just won't happen. In closing, I would ask members of council, before you vote, ask yourself this one question. Could I possibly live beside Sydenham Ridge Estates? I thank you for your time, and that's basically our concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fred. Is there anyone else, Greg, that's waiting in the waiting room to make any comments from the public?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It does not appear to be that way at this time, no.
Okay. All right. With that, is there any additional questions or comments from members of council? Yep, Councillor McKinnon.
Through you, Mayor Curtis, to Stephanie. The delegates had asked if for an explanation in regards to the process. Was that given to them?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I would have to have clarification on what process they were referring to. They did receive the notice, which does go over the meeting and the order procedures, as well as they did reach out this morning in regards to timelines and some additional information, which they did receive.
I'm thinking maybe their concern would be whether or not they had public input, the official plan amendment here that's before.
Councilor McKinnon, you were cutting out.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, say it again.
I'm thinking specifically that, and this is just me assuming, but I'm assuming that they were wondering what their process is in regards to if council sends this on to the county.
You cut out again, but I think you're asking what the process is if council approves this and how it goes from there at the County of Middlesex.
Correct.
So through the mayor to the councillor, should the official plan amendment be locally adopted, it would be passed along to the County of Middlesex for further review and a decision at that level. And similar to our local process, there would be a notice of decision that would be circulated after the public meeting at County Council, which would include the 20-day appeal period. So it is a similar process, just with the different approval authority. And perhaps, Dirk, do you have anything to add to that?
We do have, yes, that's right. We do have Dirk Vanderwerf with us tonight. He's the Director of Planning for the County of Middlesex. Dirk.
Thank you. Through the mayor. No, Stephanie noted if the official plan amendment was adopted tonight, it would go to the county for consideration. Ultimately, a report would be taken to County Council. The difference is that County Council meetings aren't an advertised. They are open to the public, of course, but they're not an advertised public meeting like tonight's meeting. The goal really is for all public input and consideration. This is the right council meeting to make those delegations, and that input is to happen here. That same information would be summarized to County Council, but this tonight is really the night to ensure that your council hears this information directly.
Thank you, Dirk.
Thank you, Dirk. Okay, is there any other questions or comments from members of council? Okay, if I could, I just have a couple of questions with this one. So I know that in the report there's the recommendation that going forward there'll be the site plan approval process, and that there's washrooms that will need to be added to the venue. How is that going to be accommodated with this venue, considering the venue is in an EP zone?
To you, Mayor, we will have to look at servicing requirements. The Adelaide Metcalfe official plan does talk about providing services, and the Ontario Building Code also talks about services. In addition, with the liquor license, the AGCO will request the building department to sign off for them to be able to get a liquor license. So all of these things will come into consideration and play with providing washrooms, because as of yet, I do not believe they have washroom facilities on site. They provide porta johns for their events. So our request would be that they look at properly servicing with a full barrier-free washroom as required in the building code. So they would have to, unless it can be deemed not possible because of the Conservation Authority in the EP lands, then that would be the only reason that they wouldn't have to provide the washroom facilities. But there is currently another septic system on the property that does service the dwelling that is on the property. So unless we get from the Conservation Authority that it's not possible, then that's the only time we would require them not to have to.
Okay, so just for clarification, you're saying that if St. Clair Conservation Authority states that they wouldn't be able to put a septic in the EP zone, then they would be exempt by that.
We would have to come up with an alternative solution and some sort of other agreement for them to provide washroom facilities on site. So if it basically is deemed that it can't be put there because of the Conservation Authority and the environmental protection, then that would satisfy the provisions in the Ontario Building Code to not have to. But if there's provisions that do allow for servicing, then you have to service. Does that help? Sorry.
No, that's good. It seems your answer seems odd. Like I'm sure I know that you're right, but it seems like an odd explanation. And then my other question is, since this venue is in the EP zone, any additional building permits in that, like there, I'm assuming there would not be any additional building permits for new buildings in that area. So any additions or anything, or would that be permitted?
From my understanding, from what we have received, through the mayor, from the St. Clair Region Conservation Authority, they have suggested, and we did take their suggestion, is to limit the uses in the EP zone to the current structures on the property. I guess I would need further consultation with them if they were to apply in the future to expand, but definitely a permit would be required at the very least, I would assume.
Okay, so that would have to go through a process. So really what's standing there today is really in the EP zone is all that should be there unless there's a process that's gone through. Okay. And then just a comment with the bylaw and the licensing idea of going down that. I like the idea of having a bylaw for the licensing. I believe this is also being looked at other municipalities in Middlesex County as they're also looking at events like this in agricultural areas. The one thing, kind of my thought is at this point is that it's hard for me to support the application for approval with the holding provision without actually knowing what that bylaw is going to say. I would like to see going forward that before there's any approval with these applications is that we actually see the licensing bylaw, so then we know what's going on, the applicant knows what's going on, and any interested persons as well. And then additionally, with that, the site plan, just because we really don't know what the plan is going forward with any additional buildings or anything, flow of traffic and if there's any additional noise measures that need to happen. So I would like to see that we defer the application until we actually see the bylaw, so everybody knows what we're actually looking at going forward if we're going down the route of a licensing bylaw. That's my thoughts as to what I would like to see. Councillor Brody, you have your hand up.
Yeah, again, same as talk on other things, and this application's been here since February. I do not like any idea of deferring again at all. How long would it take us to come up with a bylaw? Who in our organization has the knowledge and stuff to make one when we don't even have any? This event facility has things booked for next year already. We cannot hold up people. We've been doing that for too long now. We need to keep moving forward and move forward in a quickly manner. So I don't like any idea of holding doesn't matter what it is. We don't need to hold people up any longer than what they have been already.
Is there any additional questions or comments from members of council? Sue, are you still with us? I know that you're on mute, but I don't know if you have any comments at all. No, can't hear you, Sue. Jennifer, did she email in any questions at all? No? Okay. Okay, is there anything else from Councillor McKinnon or Councillor Brody as we wait to see if Councillor Clark has any additional comments?
Sorry, Mayor Smith, there's no further comments there from Sue Clark.
Okay, perfect.
Excuse me for jumping in. It's Trev Keller. I just had one other question. We were asked to submit a number of questions on today. Supposedly that were to be answered around the application. When will we deal with those?
I'm not sure what those questions are. Stephanie, do you know what questions we're talking about?
Through the mayor to the member of public, yes, I have received the comments. I would look, I guess, to the mayor and maybe Jennifer in regards to how you'd like to proceed.
No, there's questions.
Jennifer, I don't know what questions these are. I don't believe I received anything today.
I didn't receive anything today either, so if they went just to Stephanie, I haven't seen them.
They went to Stephanie this morning.
I went to
Stephanie, did you
Jennifer,
have any questions then that are clarification for the application, or are they questions for council members, or what are we looking at?
Yeah, so through the mayor, there's a series of questions. I think there's 6 or 7 of them. A lot of them are in regards to the licensing bylaw. My apologies. I did think that was sent to more than just myself. But certainly I can forward them to council or pass them along to Jennifer so she can circulate them. But I think I would say in looking at them, addressed most of them, maybe perhaps if I could pose a question to the applicant, if there's any outstanding of the questions that were sent that they would like specifically addressed.
The applicant?
Not to the applicant, to the member of the public.
Thank you, yes.
Yeah.
Trevor, is there
Yes, can you hear me?
Hold it away, it's on speaker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
The questions that we had, one was, does that holding provision cause Sydenham Ridge Estates to cease operations on all events until bylaws, licensing, and staff are in place to address the noise issue? That was one of the questions that we had.
Okay, Stephanie, or
Yeah, so through the mayor, the use if it did continue would not currently be in compliance with the zoning. However, it's not uncommon for municipalities not to enforce the issue while the owner is working on becoming compliant with the municipality.
Okay, I'll take that as your answer.
What about later on?
Now, here's my second question. Will the farm wedding events licensing bylaw be issued on an annual basis? And at what decibel levels will they be shut down?
Through the mayor, staff are still in the process of researching such a bylaw. And so we don't have the answers to those particular questions at this time. But certainly municipal bylaws can address noise, and that would include setting sound levels. But I don't have the specific decibels prepared for you at this time.
All righty then. My other question was, will we, the neighbors, have any input into the regulatory details to be further considered and ultimately approved by council? So do we have any input on this?
So through the mayor, I can note that certainly council can determine the appropriate process to establish such a bylaw, and that could include public consultation if council feels it's appropriate.
Thank you. I think that's got them all in. Trevor, you got another question over there?
Yes, it's Trev Keller. It's just again a clarification around the process. We've been trying to understand these what we find very complicated steps. I know you guys are familiar with them, but it's our understanding that if the council went ahead and approved the zoning amendment for this site, that we're in agreement with the mayor that we feel it's premature until we see the licensing bylaw. And one of the reasons for that is that it's our understanding that approving a change of zoning at this time and being notified of that would start the countdown of the 20-day appeal period that we would be faced with making a decision on. And of course, that's going to, if that did happen, that would occur over Christmas and New Year's and a month-long lockdown for COVID-19. So our recommendation is that the council not approve the zoning amendment at this time and follow the mayor's advice. And because we would have no chance to mount an appeal given everybody's going to be away on holidays. Last comment from me.
I think you got it covered, Trevor, and I really appreciate you guys your time, and have a Merry Christmas.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there any additional questions or comments from members of council before we make a decision here? Okay, seeing none. So we have the recommendation from staff, which is approval of, or the adoption of amendment number 13, and also approval of the zoning bylaw amendment Z02 2020. What's the feeling of council? Councilor Brody?
I want to vote for approval to keep this thing moving along. As much as I am not for a licensing bylaw, because I don't think we have anything to go by, doesn't matter what style business it is, I am against that. But if we had to do it, and if that was a vote that council, if I get outvoted on that, is that something that I just want to hold up any type of business any longer than what needs to be. So if we vote that we do have to do a licensing bylaw, is that going to hold up any application?
Probably looking at Stephanie or Dirk, but I believe there's going to be a process no matter what through the site plan control, and there could be a list of requirements that are completed through that council would be asking for, including an acoustic sound test. So there could be a long list of things that they need to accomplish anyways by the time the site plan control process is done. So Stephanie or Dirk, do you want to address Councilor Brody's question?
So through the mayor, you are correct. So I guess there's some should factors here, depending on council's direction or decision, I should say. But should council approve the application as recommended, then there is the county process that it would need to be approved at that level. And you're correct, there is the site plan process, which the applicant's planner did indicate that they had started that process. So there is still some work left to be done regardless of the licensing bylaw. But I would note that should council vote in favor of the licensing bylaw, staff can certainly work with the township within the first quarter of next year to come up with such a bylaw.
Okay, Councillor Brody.
I would like to see the recommendation just maybe tweaked a little bit, that we investigate a licensing bylaw. I don't want to say that we're going to do a licensing bylaw at this moment, because I don't even know what it would look like. So if we just tweak that a little bit to say that we're going to investigate and look into this, that doesn't mean maybe we will or maybe we won't, but to say that we are going to do a licensing bylaw, it goes with the facts that we don't even know what we're going to be getting into yet. So if we could maybe just tweak the wording of that, that's what I would be moving to be voted on.
So, Councillor Brody, there's a few issues with your recommendation, and that's that the zoning bylaw amendment, as Stephanie and Shannon alluded to earlier, you can't have conditions on a zoning bylaw amendment. And the recommendation is to have a holding provision, and that holding provision is that the license be obtained. So you can't really say that we want to look into it. The only way you can do that is by the suggestion that I had made, which is deferring it to ensure that we decide whether or not we want to do that licensing bylaw or not, and to see, you know, what is going to be on the property. So this is the time now to either approve or deny the application, or defer for getting additional information.
I don't want to defer.
Mayor,
so I guess I move to approve.
Mayor Curtis.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable approving it at this point, but I don't want to decline it because I don't want to put anybody out of business. So I would vote to defer it, because I think they're a viable business in the community, but at the same time, they have to be respectful of the neighbors. So I don't want to shut them down, but I don't want to throw this out either. So that's where
I don't think anybody wants to shut down a business within the municipality. I don't think anybody's suggesting that. It's just making sure that we have all our ducks in a row before we approve something. So
yeah. I'd be in favor of deferring.
Okay, so Councilor McKinnon, are you making that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, and that's deferring until we have the licensing bylaw, or is there anything else that you would like to see?
The licensing bylaw and something with the sound, the level of sound to be included in that licensing bylaw.
So you'd like to see that be included in the licensing bylaw as the sound? Or you'd like to see, okay. Do we have
if we can do that.
Councillor Brody, are you seconding that, or you have a question?
I have a question.
Okay.
I don't know how you're ever going to get a true noise sound. At what level, at what time. We've got two different reports from two very qualified people on, they have different, I don't know how are we ever going to get that? How will that ever possibly happen? I think we're going down a road here that is going to make things even more and more and more difficult. I just don't like that recommendation.
We could, sorry, just looking at Morgan, if you could jump on here and read out loud the suggestion of what you're saying.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, what we could do is, hearing council's comments, we could defer the OPA and the ZBA or zoning bylaw amendment, pending additional clarity on how noise can be mitigated through site plan, which may require the township hiring a third-party acoustical expert to assist. To Councillor Brody's point, it's going to be tough because we're not going to get a real life situation where we're measuring reality on the ground. But I'm sure there's, it's a bit of a science. So there are probably some strong assumptions that could be made during measurements that we could likely rely upon to account for what a on the ground situation might look like.
Councillor Brody.
My worry is if we defer this at all, you're deferring the OPA, you're deferring everything back. This business has events booked for next year already. My fear is this is going to drag, and we are going to be hindering small business that is in our township because of more regulations. I do not like the idea of deferring this at all.
Morgan.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, in hearing that, what council could really do is look at the land use principle here, which is the use of the property, and then we could deal with the more technical issues through site plan, which is a process we already have to go through. And at that time, we could in parallel look at what this business registration licensing bylaw could look like, and or maybe a noise bylaw. Maybe there is a better tool to address the noise concerns of the neighboring property owners.
Another suggestion is that if we were to defer, we could just have a temporary use bylaw be approved for this property to continue its operation until it gets into conformity with the OP and the zoning bylaw.
Through site plan.
So no, what I'm suggesting is that if we were to defer this until we have all the information, the operation of the venue can continue through a temporary use bylaw, just like we've done with Peter Boyce and the golf range that he has and that type of thing. So we could do a temporary use. So then 2021, it can continue until we get all our ducks in a row for approval for this bylaw and everything else. So then nothing changes for 2021, except for we're doing all the behind the scenes work to make sure that everything's how it should be, whatever council would like to see. Councilor Brody.
Yeah, I've just have one question with that comment would be their application for the alcohol and gaming license. I do believe that's very great idea for their business. They want to do that. It controls a whole lot of things, but if we do a temporary, does that hold up that application on their end?
It would.
I don't know.
I
It
don't
would
know.
because if
Sorry.
Shannon?
I don't know that it would, because they're going to ask what the zoning is. So if we've granted them a temporary zoning to be able to continue, then it shouldn't impact the license, because they would ask the municipality for that. So if we've granted them a temporary, because you'd have to put a cap on the temporary use, right? So if we said it was a temporary use for so long, then it may impact the amount of time they have their license for. But again, then that gives time for us to clean up the other stuff in the background to get them their appropriate zoning in place.
Well, it also gives us an opportunity to measure what's going on there in a more productive way, because with COVID, we've got one engineer saying this is what's happening and they've simulated sound, and another one saying, they have the historic records. So I think, Shannon, your point's well made, is that once we know what's going on there, we can make an accurate decision.
Stephanie, you're going to make additional comments?
Yeah, thank you through the mayor. I would just note that the switch to a temporary use would require the applicant to apply for a subsequent temporary use application. Notice would need to be circulated. As staff haven't prepared a temporary use bylaw for this evening, nor would correct notice would have been circulated to the property agencies.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can just make a couple of passing comments on this.
Yep.
Sydenham Ridge has done what's been asked of them to date. They wanted to get their liquor license. And that kind of opened the can of worms with regards to the OPA and the ZBA. And we met with staff. Staff provided us with what they were looking for. They wanted the noise study. We conducted the noise study. We implemented the recommendations of that noise study. We had the follow-up noise study that has been concluded by Mr. Stevens, who's in attendance tonight, that the levels have been dropped down to background noise. We share Councillor Brody's concerns with regards to the licensing bylaw, and I think the recommendation that kind of is on the floor that everybody's kind of not focusing on is the recommendation should be for approval of the OPA and the ZBA with the site plan holding in place. And then staff should be directed to look into the licensing bylaw to see if that's a viable option for them. And that way that hold gets removed from the application, but we are still under the hold for the site plan. And we still have to go through that process and address the outstanding issues that have kind of been discussed by council tonight. So, we don't get to, we're not free and clear with any approvals tonight. We still have some work ahead of us, and there are still issues that need to be addressed and can be addressed through the site plan process to kind of tidy up those loose ends. But it doesn't need to be directly tied to that licensing bylaw, which can or cannot be looked at parallel, just not subject to our application. It's, we do have events booked for 2021, and while the temporary use might be a viable option, as Stephanie said, it's another application under the Planning Act. Fees, time, notices, we're already cutting it close here, and we don't feel like it. We feel like we're being a little bit jerked around here by, we're trying to overcome these hurdles in front of us, and more hurdles are just getting set up in front of us while we clear ones, and it's getting frustrating.
Is there any additional questions or comments from council at all? I think, Sue, you were thinking at.
Can I say a few words here? It's Fred Cahill.
Fred, as we are getting late in the night, and I think we have probably heard a lot of comments already, and I apologize to cut you off, but we do need to decide which direction we're going with this application.
All right, I'll take it for that. But I will say this, we're so worried about their business. Has anybody considered my business? Our business?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Councillor Clark, I think you were alluding to a motion or was wanting to support the deferral. I don't know if that changes your mind, anything from the past comment. You just have to move forward on this one. Councillor Brody?
I recommend that we move forward the way Casey, the planner for Sydenham Ridge, kind of, I don't know if that tweaks what we did, but I don't think so. I think it's basically we approved to move on for the land use agreement, and then the other studies can all be controlled after on site plan and maybe a licensing bylaw if that's what's needed. So I move to support.
Okay, so you're moving that motion then, Councillor Brody?
Yep.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Okay, I don't see that we have a seconder. Do we have another motion from a member of council?
I'll move to defer until the licensing bylaw is investigated.
I'll second.
We have a seconded by Councillor Clark. Okay, so it's just deferring until we have the licensing bylaw.
Yes.
It shouldn't take much time. We should be able to nail that down pretty quick.
We better.
Okay, so if there are any other comments at all from council?
I'm not in approval for that.
Okay, so that was moved by Councillor McKinnon and seconded by Councillor Clark. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that's carried. Okay, so that wraps up our planning applications. Thank you so much, Casey and Rob, for joining us. So we will hopefully, I'm assuming Stephanie will be in touch with you once we have that bylaw created, and then that way we can move forward with your application. Okay. So with that, we are now at the end of our public meeting, which we started at 8:40 something. And now it's resolved that the public meeting to hear zoning bylaw amendments Z10, OPA 01, and Z02 2020 be closed at 10:51. Mover and seconder to end the public meeting, Councilor McKinnon and Councilor Brody. All those in favor? And that's carried.
Aye.
And, we have a deputy mayor hopefully still in the waiting room.
Night, guys.
Yes, thank you so much, Stephanie, for joining in, and also Dirk for standing by as well.
Have a nice Christmas break, everybody.
Yes.
You too.
Okay,
Night.
Night. Night, Dirk.
Okay, so that's that. So we're going to jump back into our planning meeting, or not planning, drainage meeting, 7:30. Resolved that the quarter revision for the NIP ball drain 2020 be opened at 10:52 p.m.
Moved.
Cannon, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hendricks. All those in favor? And that's carried. So, Jennifer, are you wanting me to read the information below the purpose of the meeting?
Yes, please.
Alrighty. So the purpose of the meeting to hold the Court of Revision for the NIP ball drain 2020. This is pursuant to the report prepared by Mike DeVos, the drainage engineer for Spreets Associates, dated May 11th, 2020, which was considered and adopted at the consideration meeting held on November 2nd, 2020, and pursuant to bylaw number 70 of 2020, which received 2 readings by council at the regular meeting on November 16th, 2020. This sitting of the Court of Revision was duly appointed by the council on November 2nd, 2020, and section 54, 1 of the Drainage Act provides that the decision of the Court of Revision can't be appealed by the Drainage Tribunal within 21 days from the date of the Court of Revision. The final day for appeal is Monday, January 11th, 2021, and at the first council meeting after this date, the 3rd reading to bylaw number 70 of 2020 will be given. So I guess I'll call this to order and ask if there's any declaration of conflict of interest, which I don't believe there is. And now we need a motion to resolve that the published agenda for the December 21st, 2020 Court of Revision be adopted as presented. Councilor McKinnon, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hendricks. All those in favor? And that's carried. And then Councilor Clark, we can't hear you, but that's okay. So number 4, which is appeal from landowners, the chair will advise that the purpose of the Court of Revision is to hear appeals regulating to schedule of the assessment only. The assessment of the assessment, the schedule of the assessment may be altered, but the total assessment must remain the same. If one assessment is reduced, then another must be increased to balance. So we've received none of those. Number 5, list of written appeals received by the clerk. We received none, Jennifer. Excellent.
No, Mayor, we have not.
Number 6, engineer to provide background on the drain and the proposed project if required. Is that required, Mr. Drainage Super?
I don't know if we need to dive into that again. We went through that during the consideration meeting. I think we've hammered down those details already.
Excellent. Questions from landowners? I don't believe any of them registered for this meeting. And if they did, they were waiting for quite a while. Okay. Court of Revision decision. So we need a motion that the assessment contained in the report for the Nipball Drain 2020 as prepared by Mike DeVos, drainage engineer for Spreetz Engineering, dated May 11th, 2020, be confirmed as presented. Councillor McKinnon, second by Deputy Mayor Hendricks. All those in favor? As opposed, and that's carried. I was waiting for Councillor Clark, but she might not be with us right now. And then we need to have a motion to adjourn the Court of Revision for the Nipball Drain at 10:56. Hey, Councillor Brody and Councillor McKinnon, all those in favor? And that's carried. Okay. So thank you, Andrew, for sticking around. You paid a very crucial point of this council meeting, so thank you so much. If we don't see you, have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, so that's done. What's our plan? Are we going to continue on with this agenda, or are we going to wait till another day? I just asking.
Let's keep going.
Okay, that sounds good. Let's keep.
I don't like to defer.
Hear that? Okay.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think we can let Greg go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Enjoy your evening, Greg. Thanks for sticking
Hey,
around.
Greg.
Hey,
Have a
thank
good
you.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Have a great holidays. I'll see you. Thanks.
What is Sue Clark showing us?
We're showing you the Metcalfe and the Adelaide.
The old crests?
There you go.
Excellent.
Before I get kicked out here.
Okay, so we have some staff reports we have to get to. And, oh, here they are. Oh, we kicked our drainage super out before we could talk about beavers. That's too bad. So going into our staff reports, our first one is from our drainage supervisor or superintendent, and it's regarding beavers, but I believe maybe somebody else can take that one on.
Maybe Coulter could as his supervisor.
That's a great idea. Coulter, are you still with us? Coulter.
Okay, I think, Mr. Mayor, I'll take this report. So
okay.
At last council, I think it was asked for clarification on the process in which we undertake when receiving questions or complaints about beavers in drains or otherwise. And really what this report does is just lay out what that process is. I believe if the township is to receive a request or a complaint, that we would then give it to our drainage superintendent. He would then investigate and determine the best course of action. And really this report is just recommending that we continue with that process.
Councillor McKinnon.
I'll move the report.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Brody. Is there any discussion on this one?
Not really.
All those in favor? Opposed?
Favor.
Excellent, and that is carried. Okay, next up we have our Public Works Manager, and it's a MOU report. Colt, he's still not here, is he? Coulter, if you're here, can you unmute yourself?
He's there. He's on mute. I just
He
texted
probably
him.
has the same great internet I have.
He's on his phone, so he should be okay, but Coulter, we still can't hear you.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, I'll kind of step in on this report too to keep things rolling. I was at the council meeting when the county engineer brought this report forward. And really what it comes down to is the public works engineers, transportation, road superintendents have been getting together recently to come up with a solution for potential winter maintenance issues. where COVID might impact winter maintenance, and if there was an issue having the appropriate staff in the township or in a neighboring municipality, that this MOU would then kick in, where we would provide support, or we would receive support from our neighboring municipalities with regard to winter maintenance. It does attempt to cover off any liabilities, but it's not as strong as a formal agreement. However, it is still a good document. It would support the township's needs for winter maintenance, and it would also support the needs of neighboring municipalities. The MOU would then fall off at the end of this winter maintenance season. So in saying all that, I believe the recommendation is to endorse the MOU and move forward.
Okay, so the first motion is to receive the report. Councilor McKinnon, you're going to receive that report.
Yes.
Okay, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hendricks. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that's carried. And then the next one is to support that resolution. Councilor Brody, seconded by Councilor McKinnon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, and that's carried. Oh boy. Okay, so next up we have our clerk's report. The accounts payables.
Thanks, Mayor Smith. I have two reports. They're both accounts payable related. The first report's for the accounts period between December 1st and December 16th in the amount of $196,588.60.
Alrighty, is there any questions at all on the accounts? Councilor McKinnon wants to move those? Or do you have a question?
Question?
Yeah.
On page 1, counter force admitted monitoring service 30420. Just wondered what that was.
That's, if I'm not mistaken, that's through our backup tapes that we have through the county.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Mover and seconder for approval of the accounts. Deputy Mayor Hendricks and Councilor Brody. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that's carried. And the last report there, Jennifer, your year
Yeah.
end.
Sorry, so my last report, this is an annual report that's come to council, and it's just to keep the payments moving while we're in transition from year end to starting a new year for 2021. I don't know if, I don't think this has been done in the past, but there'll be a list that'll be provided to council. Council will still be required to approve it, but those payments will be made as long as they're within the budget from 2020.
So moved.
By Councilor McKinnon, seconded by Councilor Brody.
Aye.
Okay, all those in favor, and Councilor Clark already said yes, and that's carried. Okay. Morgan, I think Coulter is muted somehow on Zoom and not his phone. So just so you know.
Yeah, we've tried to play around with it a little bit, but it might have been the same issue that one of the members of the public was having earlier. It could be a Zoom platform thing.
Okay, that's what I kind of figured. Okay, so that's the end of the staff reports. Is there anything further business? Excellent. Okay, so I think all we have left on this agenda is a closed session. And then the rise report and the bylaws. So I don't know how long the closed session is going to be. And so what I'm going to say is if somebody's still up when we are coming back live on YouTube from our closed session, we'll be here live. Yeah, Councilor Brody.
Is there a reason why we can't just do the bylaws now and then go into close and we're done?
We can't because bylaw number 84, I believe we're discussing, is bylaw number.
Oh, okay. I got you. Sorry.
Yeah. And 85, yep.
So with that, anybody that's watching on YouTube, hope everyone has a great holiday season. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. And if you are sticking around, hopefully we will not see you on December, whatever the next day is after this one.